Is recording.
Welcome everybody to
Thanks.
session 38.
Oh, yeah! Let's go!
Yay.
Last time in Orlais, the boat docked at Port Creighton. As you were making your way to the actual port, three figures swam through the water, eventually jumping out of the water and landing on your boat. They had a human-esque shape, but they were sharks in appearance. One would eventually drop the visage as it was revealed that he was a were shark specifically. These three coming from the port that you were on your way to. It was Port Creighton. They kind of interrogated it like for a brief moment, asking what you were doing on the way to Ecrium until Michaela spoke up, saying, "Oh, I'm from here." It's like that. So Alaric had never heard of Michaelis before until it appeared that he'd gotten a message from someone. Looking a little annoyed at this fact, the three of them then swam back into the water, welcoming you all to Port Creighton. As the boat docked, Michaelis was reunited with a member from a long time ago known as Venori of the Trees. She got the gist of why you were here, what recent events had led up to this, and mentioned how if you were going to be in Port Creighton, that the chieftain would have wanted to see you all. Going off of the boat, you saw this area was littered with bones and recently killed people. The town very kind of primitive in its structure, but wealthy in material and space. Lots of orcish people and half-orcs wandering the town carrying weapons, and the smell of blood and violence kind of always in the air. You would arrive to the tent of the chieftain, where it was littered with weaponry with dents and usage, till Venori and Lyric would guide you through to the actual chieftain's chambers where you met Mog Rawl, an orcish woman with dark red hair with some silverness to it, very bulky and strong in stature, with a very large weapon by her side. After some meet and greet type scenario where you all bowed, introduced yourselves, Mogral had mentioned that a lot of Ecrium is kind of in strife right now. They haven't been receiving imports from the nation of Ember, from the region of Emberfort, and that Velset has decided to retreat into the Underdark, and that things aren't necessarily going swell within the continent ever since Sara had returned. Michaelis then mentioned Sara's memory issues at the moment, of which Margot was confused at. Said she would allow you guys to port in Port Creighton and allow you to go through the Orcish lands as long as you managed to do something for her, which was going out into the fields not far from Port Creighton to look for a group of Orcish travelers that were meant to go to the capital to deliver a peace treaty potential arrangement. But they hadn't been heard from since they had been sent. The five of you then went, making sure to ensure that some people on the boat were either not to leave the boat in the case of Eldenor, or were to potentially look around for a certain missing creature in regards for Talus. Charles as well deciding staying behind as well, noting that they only wanted the five of you on right away. You would all make your way through the more of an arid type area by the port until you would come across a ridgeline kind of region that had kind of reddish ground all around. Sonnet would eventually tumble into a bit of a ravine type area, only to have been completely surrounded by skeletal beings, which of course initiated combat. You fought a lot of skeletons of orcish members and human members of the society, as well as 3 bone nagas. after the combat was over, you managed to quickly loot through just the more fresher bodies of the orcs and found the peace treaty arrangement. And that is where we come to today, where you happen to notice that Mogrel mentioned that she wanted to come and see your abilities in combat, only to never have shown up. And that's where we come to today. Go one by one here. Sonnet. Anything you do immediately after the dust is kind of settled from the previous combat.
I think I just kind of look over to Mabel and give her like a I don't know, I feel not exactly like a super excited, but kind of like a nod of gratification.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for down there.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Where is that Mogrel? I thought she would have been here.
Yeah, she said she was, wasn't she?
I'm gonna look over to see if I can see Michaelis across the way.
Yeah, you see him by the tree that has a dead bone naga just kind of draped over that dead tree that was hollowed up at the top there.
I'll just shout out to Michaelis. Michaelis, Mogrel?
Yeah, same thing here. I don't see her. Do you see any tracks? The big orc feet? Anything over there?
Well, I'm assuming she would have been behind us, so I don't think so.
That wouldn't be her. She would have been more out in front. Like she would have wanted to see it from there.
Wait, but didn't she leave after us, though? So wouldn't she be behind us?
It makes sense.
I'm
I
gonna
can
say
look.
what she usually prefers, but I
Hey,
don't know,
Sonnet,
that's confusing.
take your stupid dart. I'm gonna throw the bolt that he used to kill the guy that I was gonna do it at him, but
Right.
like obviously not enough to like actually
Yeah.
hurt him.
Oh, come on.
He was mine, and you know it. You took it.
Well, he was there. I don't know what you want me to say.
I kicked the body deeper into the pit just out of frustration.
The body just tumbles.
How long did it take for us to travel over here, real quick?
Like an hour?
Give or take, it was about an hour, maybe like an hour 15.
You guys see Lascivious come into his actual form, and he goes, "Oh fuck, time's up," and I'm all juiced out, so that's gonna be awkward.
I'm gonna walk over to the cliff. It's just like, well, maybe now we're gonna get more attacked by more civilians, but let me help you out.
I just climb. I take his hand, climb up, and I'm just gonna put my hood over and try like to just be as like invisible as possible.
I'm gonna pat him on the back and just say, there you go.
Actually, I have invisibility for free eventually, so I'll just, if ever, whenever that happens, I'm gonna save an action for if we ever get to like civilization, immediately cast invisibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I, given the history between me and Mogrel, and given that I did the scouting squad stuff with Mogrel before, can I, do some sort of, like, I don't really want to call it, it's almost like a bird whistle or something that we would use to identify each other, kind of like the thunder flash?
Yeah, okay.
Can I
Yeah.
can I roll for that, or do I just do it?
No, from the time, it's been years, so you don't know if these signals are still in use today, but yeah, you just kind of put your fingers to your lips, and you pull out this kind of whistle that's like one quick one followed by a long one. As it kind of goes out, you hear that echo throughout the desert, or not desert, throughout this kind of like rocky area, which nothing comes back at all. And everybody knows that the sound was very loud. If somebody was within the near vicinity, somebody should have answered.
Hey guys, this is not good. She should have responded back.
I'm gonna walk up to Bonelia and be like, "Hey, I don't know if I'm really familiar with how your magic works, but like, do you have any way to sense anything? Like, I don't know, maybe Mogrel was here, but then she got taken, and you could sense what was here?
I'm afraid I don't have anything like that.
You just got badass attacks, I guess.
That's a burden I have to carry.
Yeah, it's a hard burden.
Well, none of us get, like, maybe we can ask Mabel. Maybe she has some sort of tracking spell. Or, like...
Can I get Michaelis to teach me how I do that thing so that I can thaumaturgy and make it 300 times louder or whatever?
So you want me to teach you to whistle?
Michaelis, teach me how to do that whistle real quick.
I don't know if you'll pick it up that fast.
We'll see. Okay.
Good luck on the performance check.
And before that, I'm gonna do this. What
do you need me to do?
Yeah.
Make a performance check for sure.
Okay. I got 1 luck point. It's not the worst. Performance. Oh, I was looking at persuasion for a second. 16?
A 16 is not bad, especially on a whistle that you just heard for the first time. Using thaumaturgy, everyone hears that same whistle, but it rings out for like a solid 10 to 15 seconds off in the distance. You don't hear a whistle back. However, with a sound that loud, you tend to kind of gather some attention that might not be the best.
Oh.
You begin to hear like the ground kind of shake.
Okay, guys, we need to
Sounds
leave.
like something big
Ew.
is stepping
We gotta go. We gotta go, guys.
Oh,
I'm not an
yeah.
idiot, okay? I was just thinking maybe that would help. Sonnet, shut up.
Who knows? Maybe it's Mogrel.
It's not Mogrel. It's a monster.
Let's give you, just to give you, I guess, a little bit of a thing. We use that mainly with our stealth squads. So
convenient.
I mean, it's like you're trying to get like some sort of assassin with a fucking bullhorn saying, "I'm going to kill the king."
Well, then why did you teach
Yeah,
him,
you should have
Michaelis?
told me what it was for, and I would have done it.
That is equally
That is your
both
fault.
Mm,
I'm not the one who's
Well,
knowledgeable
Out of
here.
here before we get
Both.
killed.
You're the Ecrium guy, so
20 years, and I was trying to get something that's familiar to her.
interesting.
Maybe she's incapacitated. She might be stuck on a cliff.
Guys, we gotta go. We gotta
Another
go.
couple of seconds and you hear the thudding get
Guys,
closer.
let's go. Let's go.
Let's-
Where are we going? Where are we going? Back to the ship?
back to the encampment.
Okay.
Something happened.
Let's go back to the encampment.
As you'll kind of begin to leave this general area, I would like for Sonnet to quickly make a perception check for me.
Hell yeah. Perception, that would be... Perception... that's
Sonnet,
a
what's up?
25.
What's up? You look a little...
What now?
Shut up!
Oh,
It's a
sorry.
25.
25?
Oh,
Look.
Damn.
As everyone kind of begins to make their pace towards the exit with you and Mabel kind of lagging behind, Mabel kind of gets ahead of you by a step or two. And as she does, like, she passes by you for a second, and it feels like time has slowed for a moment. And you see a singular black feather out of the corner of your eye. But just as that feather appears, it leaves your vision and you're back.
oh.
What the fuck?
Well, I'm not sleeping tonight. I'm
Okay. Continuing out through, as you guys kind of make your way out, just about maybe 10 minutes into what is like a good kind of a brief jog back to the encampment, Mabel, you get ascending.
Oh, okay. Yes.
You get ascending and you hear Charles's voice, kind of like panicked and out of breath.
Music to my ears. I mean, not.
He's
You hear
panicked
him-
and that's music?
No.
You hear him just
The way
get a
I
breath
like
and go, "The portal was under attack. Necromancers throughout the entire village. Get back here as soon as you possibly can."
I can't react yet.
just strolling.
We're just
Walk
running.
along.
Okay.
Mabel?
Mabel, all she says is, on our way. Hang tight. And then I'm gonna look to the others and then like kind of speed up myself and then I'm gonna say,
gonna
Charles is
fucking-
under... The port is under attack. And then just fucking
Why do you sound so happy?
and blast it off toward the port.
For sure.
Man, I am
Yeah.
low
We'll say-
with magic.
We'll say if people are okay with it, if you guys want to like double time, triple time it,
Yeah,
you
sure.
can put 1 level of exhaustion on everyone due to urgency.
Oh.
And you can make it there faster than you would have just via a normal pace.
And 1 level of exhaustion is disadvantage on ability checks.
Yes, just ability checks. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I wanna
Yeah.
check.
So we're not doing my
Exhaustion.
cool version where it's like a -1 up to 10 or something like that.
Is there a
Yeah.
thing on D&D Beyond for checking on that, or
I
just
have
have
it right now. I don't know if it's on D&B Beyond for you to put levels on it, but just right now know that you have disadvantage on ability checks.
You
Oh,
guys
I
go
see.
ahead. I'll
Okay.
catch up. Just kidding. Are we? We're taking the exhaustion and going.
I'm
think
taking.
so.
I'm definitely taking. I'm sprinting ahead of you guys.
Oh.
The
Mhm.
fastest
Alright.
one here.
Ah.
Vesuvius.
Okay.
And as far as there was no rest there, so we're
No.
kind of just
Yeah.
running into this.
Yup.
Sprinting back, you all like
What did I use?
you went from like a basic kind of like jogging pace to like a full-on sprint. You know, with like a couple of seconds here or there to like go back down to a jogging pace before you inevitably break out into it once more. Lascivious, you do see the beginnings of the port kind of coming over the horizon. Did you want to use your invisibility?
No, not anymore.
Okay.
I don't care. Well, actually, yes, I'll use my invisibility for now, so I don't have to make any stealth rolls because I make no sound. So,
Well, you can
For
just
sure.
cut right through things.
well, no,
As-
invisibility is not transparent. Like, I can't do that.
Yeah, it doesn't make him incorporeal. As you kind of get over the horizon, you see kind of billows of smoke coming out from a couple of different areas. When you come back over the horizon, you see that the port is mostly like decently intact. There's one building that's currently being put out with water from a couple of different orcs. Nothing looks too damaged. You see a few orcs just putting spears into human S figures, often dragging them out before going off and killing one other straggler. As you all come back to Port Creighton. Town is pretty much the same as it was, only just with billows of smoke here and there and some kind of embers, a little bit of like damage to some of the buildings for the most part. You see Lyric, the were-sharked orc earlier has like somebody up by like the scruff of their coat. They're wearing this dark gray with white and silver highlights to the stitching just up by the by like the collar, until you eventually see he pulls out this this short sword, just like pins it against the person's stomach. You see him like mouth a couple things and then just kind of has this annoyed look before he just embeds it and takes it back out, just chucking the body to the ground. As the 5 of you kind of group up, mostly just a lot of the people kind of being taken care of here and there. Lyric kind of like just kind of flicks his blade and blood kind of splatters off the ground as he looks to the 4 of you, with Lascivious currently being hidden. It's about time.
What
Little
happened?
inconvenient. What does it look like happened, Michaelis? As he just points to about 4 or 5 people draped in what you can remember are cloaks reminiscent of the necromancers back from when you fought the war.
They just showed up as out of nowhere in the middle of this town.
This particular group did. They raised up the undead. They raised up the dead creatures and other skeletal remains that we had within town. It's unfortunate timing.
Very. How about Margot? Where is she?
It was actually a good thing you mentioned that. You see, he kind of sheaths the sword. She and Venori are over at your ship. Margaret is a little suspicious of the timing. And I
Do you
won't
think I
say...
had something to do this?
I'm not saying anything, Michaelis. I just think the timing's a little convenient.
Yeah. I'll go speak with her then.
I'd best hurry. From what I heard, she's willing to put a hole in that boat if she finds any evidence.
Are there necromancers like out and about right now, or is it relatively like sort of handled?
It is handled by the times you guys get there. Like, from what you see, a lot of the other orcish members that are kind of carving at the necromancers are pretty much all dead or just handling the leftover remnants. You see, there's a little bit of a commotion around the right-hand side of the encampment near where all the crops are. But aside from that, there isn't much active combat happening in that very moment.
I'm gonna point my finger to kind of nonchalantly to Bonelia, and then I'm gonna cast message.
Just remember,
and
it is said out loud.
Yeah. I'm just gonna kind of scratching my head and just kind of as quietly as possible. I'm just gonna say, Eldenor, and that's it.
I'm gonna look to everyone. We should get to the ship then.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what we're doing.
See Laird kind of after finally hilting the sword to his hip again. If I learn that any of this is caused by your rival, Michaelis, let's just say it's not exactly gonna be clean as a reunion for you here as you think it might be. As he begins to walk away.
Hopefully he saves that for the actual enemy. Let's go.
The 5 of you make your way towards the ship. You see at the actual drawdown area that has been kind of put down for people to kind of come and go off the ship, you see Mogral, Venori, and quickly forgot to grab his token. Where is he? There we go. You see Charles standing at the very base of the boat, kind of keeping his ground. He's got his staff firmly against it. Brug is kind of behind him, almost acting as this very large shadow over top of him. You catch the tail end of this argument, or at least what seems to be an argument, as Mogral kind of looks to Charles. Your boat might be harboring anything that could have been on. Anything at all. That might have attacked this town, this port. It's awfully convenient that your boat arrives and then a necromancy attacks the same fucking day. You see Charles just kind of keeps his composure and his posture up. I can swear to you that this had nothing to do with us and was purely a point of coincidence. We had nothing to do with the attack that just happened. In fact, if we were allowed off the boat, we could have possibly helped. As the 4 of you that are currently visible come up, you see Venori kind of at the very base of the ramp that goes up, Mogral being face to face with Charles, Venori kind of standing back a little bit. As the 4 of you kind of make your way, she puts her arm out and kind of stops you for a moment. She goes, give her a second. As you see Margot kind of stands up face to face. She's much taller than Charles, so she's kind
You
of
stepping up to Charles? Oh.
And she eventually kind of looks to Charles and looks to Brug, and kind of turns her head back and looks to the 4 of you. One of you's missing. Did they die? Killers, did you happen to lose another troop in your time?
I'm kind of side eye over to a general area. Just reveal yourself. It's kind of nod.
I reveal myself right beside her.
Right beside Mogral.
Yeah.
Oh, she's gonna...
And I go, Michaelis, don't you mean the champion of engraver?
You see, she pauses for a second as you say the words right beside her. You can catch, like, just out of the corner of your eye, her eyes, like, without even turning to meet your gaze, her eyes are pinned on you beside her. And you see, there's this almost, like, you caught her off guard for a moment. As she turns her eyes back to Michaelis. Did I hear that correctly?
I hold my hand out.
You see she kind of marches down. She's got this incredibly heavy step. So she comes face to face with you, almost like in a way of challenge, almost. She's kind of like got herself firmly stanced. Her shoulders are broad. She's got her chest out more.
I mimic the same.
You see she kind of like looks to you. You see that one of the snaggle teeth, that's one of her little like hooked
Tusk?
teeth, one that's the tusk that's cracked. The side that's cracked has like this small little smirk. She kind of like looks you up and down and then kind of matches her eyes right to yours. I'm gonna need some convincing, Michaelis. Tell me one reason why you arriving here and this coincidence your friend has said. But all the necromancy and now the rift between the different regions isn't related to you and your mother.
Can I use this as a distraction to sneak on the boat?
Well, mind you, she is with Michaelis. You can roll a stealth check if you'd like.
Cool.
You can actually do it at advantage because she's stanced right up with Michaelis.
Hell yeah. That's not great. 16.
You slip past her. Like, Mogral is too busy, like, having this challenge towards Michaelis in a way. As you like, kind of like, whether it's you trying to slink past or kind of like just go around, you do see Venori kind of like have her eyes on you, but she doesn't keep her eyes too trained on you for too long. She's a little more invested in what's happening with the chieftain, and she allows you to waltz right onto the boat.
Awesome.
I'm gonna speak with Mogral. Orlais has fallen. Whatever remnants that is left of Orlais is on that ship. We are of that remnants, and whatever happened with Tsara coming back is to do it with some influence that came from Orlais. Now, it's like you said, whatever happened with Tsara coming back is definitely doing something with Ecrium. But as far as we're concerned, they don't know that we're here yet.
You see
We're refugees at this point, and I don't like saying that, but
she kind of calms her posture a bit. She kind of backs, I wouldn't say like backs off completely, because she doesn't really ever back down from confrontation, but she does calm her demeanor a bit. Fine. Venori's investigating the ship, though. You have to at least give me that.
I will, and if it's okay with you, I shall go with her so I can show her around properly.
See, Mogral looks to Venori. Venori kind of gives her a small little nod and gives a nod to Michaelis, and Venori kind of walks onto the ship as well. When this is said and done, Michaelis, I want you and your group in my tent. Is that understood?
Yes. We'll speak further there.
Good. And you see she waltzes past the four of you. Lascivious, you catch that once she kind of walks past the four, you see she has a small little turn of the head that looks towards you, and you see she has this almost disgusted kind of like, almost like she's mad at herself for allowing someone to get so close to her without noticing.
Right.
And she kind of like shuffles her head away as she continues back into the town.
Cool.
Charles kind of like stands at the very top. Venori stands in front of him. Move. Charles looks down to the four of you and Lascivious being kind of up right on the boat. Kind of is looking to the five of you for your kind of thought.
I give a nod and I give him the motion to let her pass, and as Venori passes, I'm gonna follow right from behind her.
Okay. You see he takes it from you, looks to Lascivious.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of waiting for you as well.
Me to do something? To
no,
go
like
in
you're,
with?
No, for like your... He's getting the opinion of the four people. Bonili's already entered the ship, so he's looking to the four of you for each of your opinions on letting her just investigate.
Oh. I'm sure it'll be fine. And then I quickly like, where is his room in proximity?
Charles's?
No, I'm asking Charles where Eldinor's room is in proximity. Where's Eldinor's room in proximity?
The case. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, just
we'll
like in case I can help.
Fair.
For sure. He just kind of like
is
trying
it
to be
here?
sneaky about it. Trying to be sneaky about it. You see, he just kind of does this with his hands to indicate the second floor.
But I'm like right here. I'm like kind of walking around like right here.
Oh no, he's trying to be conspicuous. He just gives you the second floor.
Okay,
so...
I just go step through the floor.
Jesus Christ.
To go and help and see if there needs to be help packing things still or moving things and hiding things.
He then also looks to Sonnet.
Yeah, I'm gonna point a finger to him. So I just want to make sure. So the message spell, it says that the target and only the target can hear the message.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that when I'm saying it.
Yes, it's just the spell requires you to verbally say what you're saying, so it's possible that the initial message and then the response is heard.
Because it's just
if
for a
nobody,
distance.
yeah, if nobody hears you say it, then you're perfectly fine. Because nobody will hear what she hears, but it's the initial casting and the initial response that have the potential to be heard.
And then who is around me, like in proximity, that could possibly hear a message? Like, can I discern
currently,
that?
nobody anymore. Since Mogrel has moved past the group, nobody would hear you do a message.
Just the group.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to point to Charles, and I'm going to whisper a message in his head. When it comes to Michaelis's people and my people, I choose my people. I'll do whatever is possible to keep them safe. And then I'm going to nod my head to him, and then I'm going to head towards the boat.
For sure. And then lastly, he looks to Mabel.
Just gives him a nod.
Okay. You obviously don't get a response, Sonic, considering he has Venori right in front of him. But he does kind of give you a very like assuring nod, and then kind of moves past. And you see Brug kind of like stands up against Venori as well, but Brug looks to Michaelis as he kind of comes up and just kind of and then allows the two of them to go through as you all can rejoin the boat. We will start with Bonilia because she got onto the boat first.
Yeah.
You know where Eldinor's chambers were.
Oh, I thought we were on the boat. I'm fucking dumb.
Well, you got onto the boat and then you ghost step, but
I just
Bonilia's
thought we
sneaked
walked onto the boat, talked to Mogrel, she got off the boat. That's what I thought.
Oh no, Mogrel wasn't even on the boat yet. She was on the
Okay.
tippy top of the ramp that would have took her onto the boat, but she was being blocked by Charles and Brug.
I had a complete different perception of what was going on.
Yeah, so Bonilia got onto the boat first.
Yeah.
So you, on the main deck, as all that's kind of going on, Charles is getting his approvals from the rest of the group. I'm assuming, do you go straight for Eldenor? Do you stop anywhere else along the way?
I run straight to Eldenor's room.
For sure. You see that his door is currently shut. There's no fog or anything kind of coming from it. It just, might be there, might not.
Is it unlocked?
You could open the door and it is indeed unlocked.
Eldenor?
You don't hear anything for a little bit, but after like a couple of seconds, you just kind of like see him walk out. He's got these little. It's almost like there's a magical effect on his ears. You can kind of tell it because you would have seen it before. He casts silence on the room, so he doesn't hear anything within it.
Oh.
And he hasn't noticed that you've entered either.
I'm gonna go over and pat him on the shoulder.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna put these guys off to the side here for now while I grab Aldenor. As you pat him on the shoulder, he kind of flinches for a second and looks to you with like almost a bit of concern, but then calms down. You see, he has like these two individual vials and kind of places them on his alchemy table. And you see his hands kind of go in from an open palm to a closed fist as the silent spell stops. Hi.
We have to hide you. They're
You have to
searching
hide me?
They're searching the ship right now for necromancers.
I mean, do I look like a necromancer on the outside? I mean, I'm not carrying around like a skull
You have
staff.
enough potions, it could look suspicious.
That's a good point. What's the plan?
Hide.
What do you want me to just hide underneath my bed? Like,
You have a closet, boxes, something.
you see, he kind of like looks around the room.
I'm gonna start just like putting potions in my jacket, like just trying to hide stuff.
Sure. You see, he kind of like begins to panic, like looking around. He's like, we're on a boat. There's not exactly cubbies and hiding places aside from the internals of the ship.
We have to do something. Do you have a closet in your room?
You see, he kind of like looks around, and you see there's like this, what looks to be a broom closet. It looks like it could just barely fit him in it. He's kind of he looks to it and looks to you. Goes, please no.
I shove him in there.
Can I?
He just goes right into the closet, and as you shove him in there, Lascivious, you just boom, enter into the room.
I got about 500 pounds of storage in here. What are we putting inside? And I open my bag of holding.
Everything.
Shove him in there.
Eleanor.
I'm just seeing like as he's like
Right here. Come here.
he's trying to like hold the door. But it's like, please be careful. Those are
Yeah. Anyways, I'm just putting everything I can into the bag of holding.
Okay. Yeah, as you're just shoving like all these vials and potions and
Books and like
materials.
notes, I would have hoped. that
Yeah.
are going
Yeah.
cool.
You see, he just
Note
like
to say, I am a necromancer. LOL.
you see, he just kind of like shuts his eyes and just goes, "Oh my god." Eventually, that closet shuts.
Mhm.
While you two are rapidly trying to clear any evidence of Eldenor and his necromantic rituals, castings, potion makings, whatever have you. Sonnet, Michaelis, and Mabel, you guys kind of join up on the front deck as everyone's kind of like a little concerned with the looks. You see the magnolias are up on the top area with the not the buoy, the the wheel, whatever it's called.
Steering wheel.
Yes, that. You see they're kind of like looking down with a little bit of concern. William kind of like looks to you, Mabel, for a little bit of assurance, but trusts kind of what you guys are doing. Zoltan is kind of like resting on one of the steps that leads upwards to the upper deck. You see, he looks to Venori, and he doesn't exactly have the friendliest of appeal on it. And you see, he's kind of got his great sword that he usually carries around, just kind of like embedded into one of the planks on the floor, and he's just kind of holding it cautiously. Azria as well has just kind of like been stanced off, like she's in one of the main hallways as you've begun to actually enter the inside of the boat. Venori goes to go into like the area that leads to like the hallways to personal chambers and storage rooms and things like that. Obviously, because you said you were going to follow her, does anybody else follow her specifically out of you two?
Mm-mm.
Yep.
You're going to follow her, Sana?
Yep.
Okay. Michaelis, how so are you kind of leading her? Like, give me the lowdown on it.
Practically, I'm just gonna be like just showing like the general areas. I'm gonna try to steer clear of personal quarters.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna just kind of show her like, you know, that's like the supplies like we've brought, and I guess the not really distract her. It is kind of like trying to be genuine, just like talk about like what we were doing over in Orlais and like the challenges we fought. And I asked Venori what she's fought in the last 20 years too, like any big beast, any big bads here, so on
For
and
sure.
so forth.
As you try to catch up with her a little bit in this genuine bit of like trying to catch up on the last 20 years as a form of distraction as well. You see, she's a little more engrossed in following her chieftain's orders. She's actively trying to go into some personal chambers, but like she maybe gets into one or two, but doesn't really notice anything. Kind of closes them, but you do distract her from a few of them. She kind of like steadies her walk. She goes, nothing. I wouldn't say exactly as out there as the necromantic war, but we've slain a Tarask here in the last year or two. So, big creatures, to say the least, for the most part.
I guess with the settling down of the war, a lot of the wild things out there.
They're making their reemergence, yes.
Yeah, that tends to happen after big engagements like that.
What
Makes
are
me
their
hunting.
tracking capabilities, these Tarask?
Well, their tracking is hard to say because we don't experience them. It's very rare that one has actually shown its face above ground. The only reason we actually even fought one was because it was attacking Kane at the time. So a lot of the general regions kind of banded together. It wasn't exactly a one or two person party type deal. These were armies against one gigantic creature. I don't think it tracked as so much it tried to reclaim territory.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking because we were just, in the sands out there in the dunes and felt these pretty big tremors coming towards us, and we ran, so I was just hoping it wasn't coming for the front gates.
Hopefully not. The Taras that appeared at that point in time is dead and slain. The head of it is on the mantle above.
Margral's,
Not Mograw's. It's in the showcase room at the Capitol in Kane.
oh shit, it's that big. I guess I have to
Are
see it
there-
for myself then.
Are there other creatures that could produce earth tremoring footsteps?
Potentially, I'm going to be completely honest when I say I don't exactly pay too much attention to the nature as of late.
And I would be no help either, because
It's mostly humans that we fought, or humanoid creatures. Drows, elves, dwarves, the sort.
undead, lots of undead. But that was, years back, so
Mm-hmm.
for me, if it's anything to do with any wild creatures, I would be of no help. I kind of suck with that. So
As the three of you continue making your way through the halls, Mabel, is there anything that you particularly do while Venori's kind of doing her investigation while Cornelia
yeah.
and Elysius are hiding Eldinor's stuff?
Yeah, so I guess seeing that Michaelis is finally going with Venori and checking out the place, and she'll give kind of a squeeze to Sonnet's shoulder before he goes, and then she's gonna go elsewhere. and she's gonna head up to the upper deck, and she's gonna run to Charles. And I just want her to be like, are you okay? Did she try and do anything? Trying to get a bit of a sit rep.
You see Charles just kind of like, his demeanor kind of like calms down a little bit. He had this like incredibly serious tone when Margral was like blatantly trying to, for some reason my brain wanted to say seduce, but not seduce. The opposite of that. Threaten, overwhelm her or overwhelm her with her presence. So he's kind of like calmed down from that. No, it's just a shakedown. She's trying to find proof that our arrival is an indication that we have something to do with this new necromantic problem that's happening in Ecrium again. I tried my best to persuade otherwise, but I guess she is very thick-headed in taking different stances on the subject.
You'll see Mabel kind of like nod her head, and she'll kind of like look over. I guess the top of the deck, she'll be like, yeah, more like a bitch, just to herself. And then she'll look back to Charles. But everyone's okay though from the initial attack.
Yes, they hadn't even gotten close to the actual port, thankfully.
Okay. That's good.
Lot of the, give it to the people here. They are some incredibly fierce warriors in this port. It wasn't. I wouldn't say it was an easy fight to win, considering they lost a few from what I saw, but there was far more necromantic deaths than, orcish deaths, thankfully. Although I did catch the sight of a group of them escaping through the farmlands off to the right-hand side.
How many?
I believe it was like a group of 5 or 6 that got away.
5 or 6. Okay. Okay, I'll pass that along. You haven't happened to find the dragon yet, have you?
I haven't really had a chance because, believe it or not, before the necromantic attack, Larrick was up here trying to cause a little bit of commotion himself, but thankfully we shoot him away because he doesn't exactly have a whole lot of power here from what I can tell.
I see. Okay. And she'll just kind of, I guess, chill there for now.
Question. Should I speak with Lascivious about what I've heard? Or is this something that I should avoid for a little bit because all it's going to cause is a headache?
How about I bring him to you?
Yeah.
When everything is settled, I'll bring him your way. We'll talk.
Of course. I saw Bonelia. Bonelia, she just blew right by me to go into the decks. I assume she's probably going to help cover up Eldenor, perhaps? Or try to...
Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah. Yeah, there's a good chance.
I don't know if you have any way to get to them without running past Venori, but if you have anything for, disguising the room, perhaps they might need some help. Lascivious just phased through the floorboards, so...
Yeah, I wonder if he was thinking the same thing. I can go I can go see. I don't know, maybe they have it covered, but
if you think that it won't cause too much attention to yourself and our situation or make it worse, feel free, but of course play it tactfully.
Yeah. I'll go. Don't worry.
Okay. And we'll come back to Lascivious and Bonelia as you guys kind of are getting the last bit of things kind of put away, and Eldenor's kind of like keeping himself into the closet. You hear the sound of what is probably about a group of 3 people walking down the hallway. Sonnet and Michaelis, you two are kind of making your way towards where Eldenor was stationed. Venori kind of like stops and peeks to where Zoltan's chamber was with all the storage for all the weapons and things like that. So Venori, as she kind of pops out, she goes, "Very underarmed for coming from a nation that was recently attacked. I'm quite surprised."
There was not much time to prepare, anyways. I know it's. Make a long story short, we were kind of out of commission, and people just kind of took this boat and left, So the armaments that was supposed to be on this ship was never properly applied. We got the schematics for it, but this was never built. So we just had to make do with what we were able to get away with.
Well, potentially, if your schematics are worth their salt, perhaps we can get in contact with Jotun and get Cal to take a look at them himself.
Yes, that is the plan. I told Lucky Nagash about it. Probably still on the ship somewhere if we haven't bumped into him yet. But he's gonna try and help with that with Cal and Jotun as well.
I want
He's
to.
hoping. Yes.
I want to open the door and just peek out and see how far they are.
You see that they are, give or take, about...
Right in front of you.
As she
probably like a good 10, 15 feet. You have like a moment or two to do any last minute dash.
As she's doing that, I want to take my boots off and put them on Eldenor. Put these fucking boots on so that he doesn't make any noise and I think he has advantage on stealth checks.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, just fucking put the boots on right now.
You see he's like struggling taking these off.
I'm like helping them put his on.
I'm in a closet.
Just fucking
it's a little harder than you think.
And then
Shut up!
and then the moment that I get the closet door shut, I'm gonna go step into another room and listen for when they go into the room to prepare something.
For sure.
And before, as the door opens, like as Bonelia opens it, and I see it like down the hallway, I'm gonna kind of just like, so how well do you guys know each other? Like how close are you guys? And I kind of like look to Michaelis, and like he sees death in my eyes.
And I'm just like, I'll keep talking in my head. This is like, Venori and I were originally in a special operations group that I created, and she was one of my first picks. She was one of the original group. But then, I don't know if you want to say your own piece about that, Venori, about what went on in our little special forces, if you want to call it.
And take your time.
Embellish us.
We were one of the higher up squadrons within our army. Things went mostly well. We had a few slip-ups here and there in the beginnings, but as time progressed, the squad came to be a little more tightly packed. We became a little bit like a family in a way. Unfortunately, the war had some downsides towards the end, and we were mostly split apart. You see, she kind of like pauses for a second. You can kind of tell she's. It's almost like a little bit of a sore spot, the fact that the group became torn apart a little bit as she's kind of speaking about it. But for the most part, everybody has worked their way into a powerful position. You haven't met them yet as you're here, but Canis is currently doing some political work from the last part that I had heard in Kane. He's trying to work his way up in the army once more. And then Erzin has actually become the current leader of Velfstead, the island. Which is surprising. I didn't think he'd ever take up a leadership role, considering his stance before, but...
Yeah, he was kind of a rebel, wasn't he?
A little bit, so I'm assuming he's calmed down within the years since. I haven't heard from him in a while, so...
That was a thing, even, I know, we had our whole little thing of, trying to get the best of the best and giving, kind of the eccentric and strange within our, group. Even Erzin was just kind of, the one who was, being a little bit of a stickler for even our rules. I mean...
With that, I would like for Michaelis to make a... We're gonna say you can have your pick between performance or persuasion.
I would just hire. Performance is +8. I'll do performance.
+8 in a
What the
charisma
fuck?
stat? Jesus Christ!
Yeah. I have an 18 +4, and then it's something I chose.
Oh,
Good,
it
man.
might
Long
be
time
like
ago.
might be an expertise or something like that.
I think it was an expertise. It was in the last 3 levels I updated it.
Anyway, so performance or persuasion?
You have disadvantage
Disadvantage?
because we're exhausted.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, because my first roll was an unnatural 20, but my next roll is a 14.
A 14? Okay. 14's not too bad. As you guys are kind of like talking, making your way past, Vanilla, you kind of shut the door as they get just close enough to potential where Venori could see you. And you three hear the three of them walk past the door that leads to Eldinor's chamber. But you see Venori stops. She goes, going to be honest, I don't exactly like doing this, Michaelis, but I do have to be thorough.
What would you like to do?
I'll cut you guys some slack. I'll check this one final room and then I'll be done. I personally trust you. I just have to do what Chieftain, what Magraw wants.
I'm gonna do a quick side eye to Sana to see what he's doing. Just like
Right in front of her.
no, like not like
Shit.
just like a slight little.
It's just
like,
subtle,
you know,
just subtle.
Just a subtle, just like almost just say, how does that sound, Sana? It's kind of like I'm actually like, but it's this moment, like, yeah, that can work, this kind of thing. But I'm trying to get a read on him. What do I get?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you wouldn't really. If the chieftain's asking for it, you wouldn't want to miss anything. Right, Michaelis?
Right.
And I'm gonna look to him and be like, you wouldn't miss anything, would you? And then I'm gonna start, like. I'm kind of readying myself to turn into a were-tiger.
Okay.
And I'm
Okay.
gonna be like, when Minori's looking at the door, I'm gonna be like subtle to him. It's just like.
I don't know what you're saying though. What are you
I
mouthing?
got this. I'm mouthing.
Okay, okay.
I got this.
Okay.
Yep. She Well,
I'm gonna be the one to open the door, and I'm gonna be very slowly just giving him. Almost like, just like.
Here we go. We are checking the room now. We are checking the room.
For sure, Bonelia, you happen to hear them go past. You hear just the gist of Venori, and then you hear them kind of walk past, and you hear like the couple of steps getting close to the door. Do you do anything at all? Currently, you are just in an empty room. Eldenor has kind of stuffed himself in a closet that can only fit one person.
I'm gonna wipe my hand across the table like I'm trying to get the dust off.
Okay. Michaelis, you open the door. You see Venori kind of like looks inside, and as the potential sweat of nervousness kind of beats down your brow, you look in, and the room is miraculously empty. Inside, you see what is Bonelia, but not Bonelia, obviously, because she's got her magic going on. So Ophelia is currently wiping the dust off of one of the tables there that you know would have been one of Eldenor's alchemic stations.
Sorry to intrude, Ophelia. We're just doing an inspection of the ship. Venori just wanted to check things out.
Yeah, I felt bad. The ship's kind of dirty, so
It's
felt a little
not-
embarrassed having company over while it was dusty.
You see, Venori kind of like walks in. She's got like her arms crossed in this manner as she kind of like looks everything over. You believe that your ship is dirty. That is an understatement, to say the least. I've been on some absolutely abhorrent ships in my time. As he kind of like looks around, and she's like looking at all kind of like the nooks and crannies, looking at the table. She's like, she sees some of the stains on it from some potential spills of potions or foods or whatever have you. She doesn't really pay too much attention. She looks towards the closet.
Please don't open that. Everything's just gonna fall out. It's gonna be a total disaster if you open that.
You see, she kind of looks to you. She looks to the closet.
When I
Yes?
hear that Bonelia says that,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go, oh shit, fuck, oh, ouch, oh shit.
And I'm gonna like hear that and be like, just like turn around, it's like, what was that?
You see Venori like pull out her sword. She goes, where was it?
Let's go. Let's check it out.
And she leaves that room following you, Michaelis, to go lead to where that sound was.
As I'm leading, I'm gonna be like, Sonna's like, thank.
As you two leave the room, Sonnet and Bonelia, you're kind of washed with just calmness as you see Eleanor just tumble out, but no sound is made. As he kind of like looks around, and you see him mouth words, but you see that he's cast silence on himself again.
Uh-huh.
And he just kind of gives you a thumbs up, and then like points to the closet, as if like, do I go back in or?
I'm gonna.
I look to Bodelia. I'm like, I think she's gonna check again, right? She's gonna have to come back and see the closet.
That's a good point.
Is there anywhere else in the room? Like, she didn't check anything else, but she was about to check the closet. She didn't touch anything else in the room.
she hadn't really like. She went to the like the tables and kind of like inspected the walls and the shelves and stuff like that. She simply like looked to the closet, and kind of like said what she said. Bonelia obviously mentioned it, and Venori has kind of run off. You don't know if she's actually been distracted by that completely enough or not, though. I mean, she might still come back and check it out, but there could be a chance she might not.
Like if the hallway's clear.
I'm gonna check to see if the hallway's clear.
Yeah, Michaelis and and Venori have run down the hallway a good like 7 to 8 feet, and then they just swing open a door.
They see Lascivious with his shirt off and his pants down. He's like, oh, there's a fucking rat in here. Shit! Oh, hey, what the fuck? As he pulls his pants back, he's like, dude, there's what the heck?
As soon as they're out of eyesight, I would like to get
Yeah.
Eldenor to like, we're going.
Probably a room that she's already checked.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eldonor just kind of like gets up, and just follows the both of your leads to a room that she would have. He follows the both of you to Zoltan's storage area where she's already kind of checked things out. Venori, like as she enters and sees Lascivious, she just kind of like her eyebrows just like go up and goes, "Oh, sorry," and she just kind of turns around and walks out.
Goodness. No manners.
I'm gonna stare at him just like this kind of this like.
Yeah, and I start getting dressed again.
Yeah. You see, Venori kind of like looks to you, Michaelis, and goes, I think I've seen enough. I've seen enough. As she turns and goes to leave.
Kind of a circus more so than a fucking military ship, isn't it?
I'm a little almost disappointed in it, if I'm going to be honest, Michaelis, as she kind of moves her way through. Sonnet and Bonelia, you hear Michaelis and Venori walk well past the storage room. Eldenor dismisses the silence cast. He goes, am I going to have to do that every time somebody comes on board the ship?
Hopefully it's just the one time.
Yeah, I'm hoping no one else comes on board, Chip.
Thank you for the warning. Not that I had undead constructs just lying around my room, but if she had to investigate the journal, she would have definitely seen some progress on some necromantic magic, so good call.
And I'm sorry for whatever state all your items are in currently.
It will have to be fine.
This sopping with like necromancer juice. My notes.
Eldenor kind of opens the door and goes back to his room. Lascivious, do you go back into the room as well?
Yeah, I kind of already went back in and kind of just waited, and I go, so, for the duration while we're here, I'm gonna give you this. Don't lose it, and I expect it back when we're done. Just think about what you want, and it will appear when you reach in.
You see, he just kind of looks at it and just, well, thank you. I appreciate this.
It's more of a necessity rather than a desire, but you know.
Thank you, though. As he kind of like goes and begins to like take like just a small amount of things, like some books, and begins to place them back.
Just maybe keep them in the bag, because you can just pull them out whenever you want them, kind of thing.
I'm working with these at the moment.
Okay, I just making sure. All right, I'll get out of your hair, I guess.
Okay. Do Bonilli and Sana, do you two stick around any longer? Or do you follow Lascivious in his leave?
No, I think I just put like a hand on Eldenor's kind of like elbow, and just kind of give him a nod. I wouldn't let them take you away, and then I'm gonna leave.
Bonilli, do you stick around or do you leave as well?
Stick around for a moment until wait for Sonnet to go down the hallway. I'm gonna turn to Eldenor and say, I'm sorry about earlier. I appreciate you making these potions. Things have changed since then, and this, and she just gestures to herself, this is just not who I am anymore. And it's weird to be looking like this again.
I understand that. It's... You know, there's been some time between when... there hasn't been a whole lot of talk between us since the last time we had, like, a proper conversation and the other thing that happened that night. You see, like, his face kind of gets a little flush. It was... I figured I'd finish making it in case that was the situation. I'm happy I did, so that way there isn't any trouble with you out in the out on the surface here. You get to freely roam as you please on this continent right now. But if you don't want me to make any more, then I don't have to make any more. Personally, just the way that you are as you are is more than enough. Aww.
Be helpful to have a couple in the future, but don't make it your priority.
If I have the spare materials and we're still here, I'll make some just so you have them spare, but once we're out of here, I prefer the bones, if I'm gonna be honest. As he gives you like just a small little like nudge on the side.
I give him a smile and then I kiss him on the cheek.
You see, he just like stops for a second. Goes, it still might be the weirdest kiss I've ever received, considering you're an undead thing. But it's actually kind of cool.
Don't think too hard about it.
I'll try my best. As you see, he like turns around and kind of goes back to his books. If you need me, I'll be here. And if I'm not here, then I'm probably just somewhere else on the ship. I'm not exactly keen to leave.
Yeah, try not to get kidnapped. And I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, before he just kind of like, he thinks about saying something, but then he just shakes his head and goes back to his work. After a few moments, you all would have kind of eventually reconvened up to the main deck of the boat, unless you were attempting to stop anything otherwise. Mabel, you would have entered the main halls just as Michaelis, Venori, eventually Son, and Bonilli and Lascivious kind of began to leave, seeing that they've done okay for the most part, at least from the appearance. It looks like they've done okay. Do you do anything seeing the group kind of coming back through the halls?
No, I think I see Michaelis and Venori leave first, and I kind of just like give them a look, and then I'll maybe go down the halls, and then I'll probably come into contact with Sonnet, and that's when I'll kind of get the gist of like, okay, maybe everything's okay, and then I'll just walk out with him.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Venori kind of keeps herself on the main deck of the boat. She goes, well, nothing really to report to Margaret. That will probably calm her down. There were some words spoken about potentially exiling you off of the island and you'd having to find somewhere else to port, but thankfully that most likely won't be an issue at all considering this. She looks over to where Charles is. My apologies for my chieftain's attitude towards you. She's just simply trying to do the best for our people here. As you see, Charles kind of like stands up and goes, I feel like we're all doing that. She gives him like a small little nod. I have some personal arrangements to make. There was a bit of a tussle around the outside of my home personally from the attack that I am going to have to clean up. As far as I am remembering, I believe Mogral wanted to speak to you all. I want to say most of your ships should be allowed to walk amongst the people if they so choose, but of course, potentially tiptoe. Mogral is in a bit of an explosive state at the moment, and the last thing you want is someone accidentally overstepping their bounds.
We'll make sure that the people on the ship just keep within like a certain distance, so they're not too spread out and causing problems.
Most likely for the best. As she steps off the boat, the five of you are left with the NPCs that are currently on the main deck. Zoltan kind of like stands up and goes to the five of you. A little bit of a tense place, this continent, huh?
Yeah.
We came to the most tensest place there is on this whole goddamn continent, so yeah.
Well, rest assured, myself and Brug are gonna keep this boat spick and span of unwanted guests.
That sounds like a good plan. That was too close. I guess everybody else is there as well, like Bonelia.
Yeah, for sake of convenience, everybody's kind of regrouped on the ship. They might be a little distanced from each other, but yeah, you're on the main deck.
This, I guess, for future reference, when it comes to Eleanor, we should probably just have him just dress in more, I don't know, neutral clothing.
It has nothing to do with his clothing, it's more so his research. And I'm assuming, since the people here are fighting necromancers a lot, I just feel like they could have some sort of sense of the magic, whether it's been used. The clothing-wise, like, he's dressed like the rest of us kind of thing. He's not conspicuous in that way, it's just...
His work.
Well, he has my bag now, so he should be able to keep everything in there.
I'll just say this as like a passing remark, because if worse comes to worse, that if he is found out to work in that, I want to cover for him because he's been of great help to us, and I don't want your friend to get hurt. My course of action, I was sticking to my head as Benora is going through, is that he's been helping me with my affliction, and that his research is to do with countering necromancer, even anti-necromancy arts. I don't know, call it that. Point is that he's working against it by finding out ways to subvert it. But that's only a final statement that's needed to be taken.
Absolutely, I think it's a good
Cover.
It's a decent cover, but if they have anything to do with necromancy, they're suspicious of you, Michaelis. So even if they're trying to if he's trying to avert your necromancy, they're suspicious of you and your mother. So I think, obviously, we're going to try and keep the necromancy out of it. It's a good last-ditch effort to try and sway the tide. But worst comes to worst, I'm going to kill your friends. I'm going to kill everyone you know.
That's a lot.
If they try to
I feel like
hurt the only people that I have left.
Well, I don't want that to come to that, so I'm going to do my damnedest to make sure that all friends are not killed.
Let's maybe rely on Engraver a little bit to do some persuading.
Well, yeah.
Clearly,
Speaking of
she's a
which-
fan.
Yeah. because again, Walker, just to make sure, I can just speak in my head and Engraver can hear me, right?
Yes, that is true.
I'm just gonna quickly think to it. It's like, did you guys get a read on anything with Mogrel or Venori when I showed Engraver? Like
That you're speaking to Engraver?
Yeah, I'm speaking to them. It's like, did they see anything with Mogrel?
Did you just kind of just stop talking and just stare off into nowhere?
He's gonna just.
As
Well, I'm just kind of like
Weird.
looking down like this. It's like,
as
I think
you
he shut off.
as you think that, you get a couple of different voices kind of like speaking over one another. You know, the typical nonsense. Until eventually you hear the feminine voice come through again. We do not keep track of our followers. I'm actually surprised we have any to begin with. And then you hear Bane's voice go, I'm not surprised! We're the fucking bomb!
all right, well, based on what I'm gathering from this, despite how few followers there are, like they seem to be extremely devout, so that could possibly work to our advantage. So hopefully that gets on Margarel's good side, so or better side, because this is her good side.
With
Oh,
that,
you
you
will.
all kind of remember that Margot did intend to speak with you within her tent before you'd made any moves or had done anything else. We'll kind of go one by one here, because we'll say you have a moment before you could all leap potentially together. Lascivious, is there anything that you do or anyone you speak to before potentially leaving the boat or leaving
Yeah,
this
I
group?
think I just walk over to Azria and just be like, "Are you okay?"
She just kind of like looks at you and goes, all the women here are so muscular.
I know. It's pretty crazy.
It's so different from Volum. Everybody's so frail looking, but we're swift. They look like they're slow, but they look like they could punch my jaw off.
Yeah, if they landed the hit.
Exactly. As she's got get the biggest fucking smirk on her face.
Mm-hmm. I just kind of give her a kiss on the cheek and I go, I'll be back later.
You don't need me for anything at all there, love?
My presence is still kind of uncertain amongst them, so I'd rather you stay where it's safe.
That's true. I noticed you're not Troy at the moment. Is that kind of is that a done deal now? You're no longer Troy here anymore, or are you gonna go back as Troy?
Well, at this point, they've saw me. I kind of ran out of magic, so
No.
just kind of going at it raw.
You see, she just kind of like points her head down. She goes, that's a way to put it for sure.
Mm-hmm. I'll see you later.
We'll see you later, love. Be safe.
You too.
Mabel. Anybody or anything that you do kind of before separating from the
Yes. So has Michaelis ended the conversation? Can I kind of catch him at like the tail end of him zoning out or whatever?
It's me feeling.
boat? It's got some drool.
Yeah, I think Mabel will kind of come up to him and just kind of like glance at him a bit for a second and just kind of be like, it's been 20 years since you've been here last, huh?
Yes, it has.
Was this what you were expecting to come back to?
You know, in some vain hope, I was hoping things were going to be better than when I left it, and in some ways, some old wounds look to have healed, at least on the landscape. But basing on what Malgrel's telling me, things are way more bifurcated than it was even before the war.
Right, the war. Is that why you left?
Yeah, I left in the aftermath of it, but the war was the reason. Yeah, I fought in the war, but I had to leave afterwards.
You had to leave.
Yes. I guess and you can see Michaelis is kind of like rubbing his head. It's just like it. To put it in the simplest form, they chose me as the pariah. And I had to leave, and my father came with me to this venture with me, I guess.
Right. Okay.
That's just the way they saw as a better way of reuniting Ecrium and rebuilding from that reconstruction.
Right. I guess you'll kind of maybe see a bit of a look of curiosity on Mabel's face, but she'll set that aside for now and I guess sort of think to herself like, okay, we'll touch base on this later. There's a bit of time.
Was there more to that, or did I confuse you?
No. I was curious is all.
I guess at the same time, I just don't want to barrage you guys with, like, a whole 10-hour history lesson with this place. It's better just to, I don't know, I don't want to sideline you guys with stuff.
Yeah,
but
well,
also,
we might need it. At some
I will
point.
admit, though, I am a bit hazy with certain places and things. Like,
Of course, naturally. You haven't been here for so long.
You see Michaelis's eyes almost, like, kind of narrow out to, like, landscapes. It's like, is this... I don't know. It just feels like... I mean, I don't want to make a joke, but it's almost like the whole fog of war, that so much happened in that time so long ago that I just... It bugs me. I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
I don't want to dwell on it further, but we should probably get ready to speak with Margot, and hopefully, with what Vidori's going to tell her, everything's going to be fine, and we can get closer to the capital.
Yeah, I'll gather the troops. And if I could, real quick, I'd like to go to Lascivious.
Okay, for sure.
Just walking
I
back
guess
from
she'll-
talking to Ashley.
Yeah. I'll be like, hey,
Yeah, what's up?
I wanted to tell you something earlier, but then I got the message from Charles. I put out a sending to Kapir, and I didn't get anything back, but I got something back. If that makes sense. He didn't respond, but the message went through, so there's something to be said about that. For sure.
Well, let's not get too great. Maybe I'll try and reach out and see what happens. That's good to know. That's really good to know.
Yeah. Just keep your hopes up.
Temper expectations.
It's okay to have a little.
Maybe not an expectation, just a hope.
That works.
As my mom put it.
Who should be here in a couple days, she said, or something?
Who knows? Time works differently in the fucking hellscape, clearly, so it might be a week or two from now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
Unless days work differently for our type of... Well, it doesn't work differently for me, so...
Well, no, I mean, if we were gone for like 2 days in the hellscape, it was like a month and a half over here, so I'm thinking...
It's gonna be like 3 months?
Maybe... I don't know. Maybe something will be done about that. I don't have answers for you for
Maybe
that.
she's a time manipulator. Maybe she can... I don't know what we can do. I don't even know what I can do, so...
Hey, maybe I'll look into it, see what I can do.
Have you ever heard about, like, soul stealing or anything like that?
I'm sorry, what?
Like, studies, soul-related stuff? You're a fucking wizard. You went to school?
Thank you. Yes. A bit of stuff about souls, but soul stealing?
Why don't you make a history check there, Mabel?
Thank you. Oh, disadvantage?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm still exhausted.
It's okay, I have good history. Well, hold on. Okay, that's gonna be 16.
16?
Okay.
Assisting for a history, your time learning about the arcane and how souls kind of almost work as a sort of potential catalyst. Like if someone's soul doesn't necessarily have magical potential, sometimes it just doesn't go. Some people have more magical potential because of the potential necessity that requires within a soul to cast it. And some people just aren't naturally native to magic casting, so it doesn't have no relation to the soul. So there's bits of text that you've read that relates it to yes and no on it being related to that. But in regards to soul stealing, you have heard myths and stories of people stealing souls, but how they went about it were usually these almost century-long quests against gods and making deals with demons for greater powers and stealing souls yourself to then swap. It's soul stealing is a messy history that doesn't really have a definitive answer to it, but you know that there are stories of it happening.
I relay that and I say, it's a bit of a messy history. But
It sounds like it's a bit of a messy history, as you say, based on what you told me.
It's possible, but nothing's really super clear on that.
I mean, real quick, would Lascivious know the nature of the right knife and how that works?
Oh, no, I was just even thinking Tekuin.
Well,
That's what I was
Tekuin. Well,
playing.
it's like, so it's like, well, I mean, because like, I don't know, Tekuin and all that stuff. Bonelia has the ability to trap souls in her thing. I don't know. But I guess that's temporary.
Hence why its history is pretty messy.
Yeah.
Well,
It sounds like it's a pretty messy history as I think about it.
Pretty messy.
Sonnet?
certainly.
Sorry, I was just thinking out loud.
But clearly it's possible through interesting means. Messy means.
What do you think about the idea of, like, if I were to maybe
Steal your soul?
steal my soul back? Would that be cool? Would that be pretty cool?
It would be from Lolth. I would say it.
Because clearly the unknown, potentially known nature of what I am, I just can't help but wonder if that's an issue that she has, what I am. Or part of it.
I wonder how the deal process works in the first place. Does she consume them? Does she absorb them? Does she hold on
I
to
only
them?
ever heard that you could make a deal and she could make good things happen. But I was not privy to the things she would let continue to happen. So
I just am unsure if there is a soul to get back in the first place. I don't know
you think I don't
exactly
have a
how
soul anymore?
that works. I'm not saying that. I don't know.
Because, like, what if I
But-
don't? What if she dies and I die with her?
It's a scary thought.
I didn't think about that until now.
I'm so sorry.
It's not going to change anything. If I die, I die.
Okay, well listen, if we come across a place with a lot of books, I'll take a look.
Yeah, maybe we should ask Elias. Maybe
Yeah.
you could message him?
Right now?
Well,
You know
no, it's fine. I'm not in a rush. Like, we're clearly not fighting Loth anytime soon. Well, like, my
2
prospects
hours
to be known.
later.
To agree that it can be known.
Right. It's safe to say he's on the boat with his kids, yes, Walker?
Yep, the list stated his name was accounted for, so he's on the boat
Oh,
somewhere.
shit, I didn't know he was on the boat.
Yeah.
But is he on the boat?
He's on the boat.
Oh, shit.
I haven't
I
seen
didn't
him
realize
yet.
for a second.
I
I didn't really read the
He's
list
right
that
behind
much.
me, isn't he?
Well,
listen, when we are able to come back to the boat, we'll talk with him.
Okay.
I think
Maybe talk to
I think I
all
want
the
to talk to him
wizards.
about a lot of things. About what? Sorry?
Maybe all the wizards would know something.
All the wizards. Yes, lascivious.
The many,
Yeah, we'll
many
talk.
wizards of
Yes.
Zoar.
Okay,
We should probably go.
let's go.
We'll move on from there
Yeah.
to Sonnet. Do you have anybody or anything that you would like to do in the meantime?
No, I think I would just walk up to Charles and be like, "Hey, so there's still the rat problem that we could, try and find that rat that's on the boat."
Oh no, I was lying about that.
Oh, yeah. I look to Charles.
Kill the rat.
You see Charles
What-
just kind of looks to you and goes, I had very little time to actually investigate the boat, Sonnet. I promise you that we are searching. Because I happened to notice that a little red tiefling fellow has been kind of looking around, asking some questions about a creature that might be potentially stowed away in the board. He's not exactly great at keeping secrets.
Tell so much to learn, so much to learn. I definitely thought he was, the son of Talia. I thought he'd be the master of subtlety, but that's fine. He's more like his father. That's fine. Let's if you both work on it, that would be helpful. Just yeah, we want to make sure that it isn't harmed. I'm a little bit worried. It's obviously a newborn.
Of course, yeah. If I happen to notice anything, I'll cast sending to you and ensure that you're the first person that I inform.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And if Talus finds it and he comes to me, I will also inform you that way. Because I don't exactly know if he can cast sending or not.
Probably not. I would let him know that you're in on it, or else he'll try to work his way around telling you.
That is true. Maybe I'll just go speak with him.
Sounds
Yeah, I'm just gonna go speak with him.
good.
See Charles kind of like gesture off. He goes, but you should go, ensure that we aren't kicked off of the island.
It's a good point.
Anything else there, Sonnet?
No.
Okay, Bonelia, is there anything that you would like to do or anybody you would like to speak with before potentially hopping off the boat?
Nah.
Okay. You all kind of reconvene at the board that takes you down to the actual dock. Taking a few steps there, the sun has begun to set as night is encroaching quite quickly. But Neely, you kind of recognize that hopefully you're not out too much later because a couple hours could equal this potion wearing off potentially. But you would get the idea of when it's potentially about to run out. As the suns kind of begin to twinkle off, it's actually one of the first times outside of Zaboyum that you see the stars in such brilliant light, because in this town there isn't much in terms of light pollution. There's a small little things out by the dock, but inside the actual town there's barely a lantern lit. So you have this great view of the constellations that are up in the sky tonight as you get closer and closer to Margrel's tent. Mabel, as you all kind of make your way and walk through, I would like a wisdom saving throw, please.
Disadvantage.
This one's not a
Oh.
disadvantage because this is a saving throw, not an ability check.
Oh, there
true.
you go.
That's gonna be a 14.
A 14.
Yes.
You feel this sensation burn in your chest,
No.
and it's far more powerful than what you could remember having as a kid, but you know this exact feeling as your eyes, they don't glow white, but you feel this burning in them. You know that nothing has kind of like visually changed because nobody's reacted to it, but something seems off. And looking around, nothing really seems to be out of place for the most part until you look off towards where you guys just came from after fighting the undead and returning back. And you see a man standing to be about 5'8" to 6 feet. He's got this very long white coat, almost reminiscent of like a lab coat. Very simple in its design. You see this person has this short grayish hair, and they have a semi-longer beard. Like not exactly like super long, but just kind of a little ways down the chin. See, he's holding a book in his hands and he's flipping through it. And as you look towards this presence, it turns towards you, and then you blink, and then it's gone.
Oh yeah.
He's
that Pacey?
back.
Damn right, it was Pacey.
Okay, so as you said, looking around, nobody notices because my eyes don't go this time.
They don't glow.
But ouchies though. Okay.
If you feel
But
like
ouchies for
you
sure.
feel a burning sensation towards your eyes and in kind of like your chest, stomach area. Like the sensation is familiar, but there was no visual cue this time.
Yeah. Okay.
Do I feel
She's she is definitely intrigued. I think. And then sorry, you said it was like back where we came from, like behind us.
Not towards the ship, but up towards where you guys went to go and make your way. So just like kind of around
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
While you're around here, it's up here.
I think.
And then you blink, and then it was gone as quickly as it was.
I think it's a feeling she's definitely not gotten used to, like even though she's had it all her life.
Mhm.
But I would say that as this was happening, I would say the only thing maybe out of the ordinary is that she's like kind of staring at something, and then as soon as it's gone, she's like, oh, "What the fuck was that?" But
Mhm.
I don't think she'll say anything. She'll just be like, "Okay, putting that in my back pocket." Moving on.
Also, just to clarify, I took my boots back and put them on. Just gonna say
Okay.
that.
Nah,
This is
Eldon has been silent
barefoot.
this entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys make your way towards the Mogral's tent. You see Venori just kind of off in the distance. She's kind of like shoveling some debris that was kind of like damaged from her home and kind of like clearing up some space. As you enter the tent, you see it's now lit with torches. It's got this kind of atmospheric type feel to it of like old medieval timey like dining room aesthetic to it, where everything is just very dimly lit, but it's enough to see. You see Mogral kind of like sitting on her chair. She has this almost thought-provocative look on her as you enter the space, and you see Lyric is beside her, kind of like just in front, kneeled down with his blade into the dirt. As the five of you enter, you see she leaves this expression and looks to the five of you and gestures for Lyric to stand as he does. He then kind of scoots over and stands just off to the side of her throne. She looks to you all. I am under the understanding that Venori didn't happen to find any evidence of what I initially inspected.
All is good.
Not entirely. You see she flicks out a piece of parchment. Tiefling,
Yes.
come here and take this. Read it for your friends. As
Okay.
she hands you this little piece of parchment, and if you go into the campaign notes,
Yeah.
you shall find.
Read this for your friends, Tiefling.
This.
Well, okay. I can read it now.
Yes, aloud.
Okay.
Can I whisper to the others to ask if he knows how to read? Stevie know how to read.
I know how to read, guys.
I whispered it to everyone else.
I could definitely hear it. We're right beside each other.
Instantly
you went
starts
up to grab
stuttering.
it.
Yeah, but I'm like a meter
Yeah.
away. Anyways, sorry, Mogral. Apologies. Mogral and people of Port Creighton, I am issuing out this raven to offer an official invitation to our nation's capital. We shall be holding a meeting to discuss a new treaty between the different regions. I'm aware that the Dwarven region has not been supplying the port-forged materials, and that Velfstead has begun a retreat into the Underdark. We wish that Ecrium can once again hold a steady relationship. The meeting will take place in 3 days. We will have accommodation for yourself upon arrival. We hope to see you in a few days. Sarah Merrill.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn to Magra right away. It's like, all right, given that I've received letters like that 3 times and we got ambushed every single time, I feel like this is a trap, Magra. I'm gonna be straight up with you.
That is exactly my thought process. However, I
must
do
go
have
through
to
with
take I have to take the risk if it is real. Because God forbid our nation be divided even further. Port Creighton cannot simply not attend a meeting about a treaty. If we were, we would be deemed potentially as an outlier and potentially become a target.
It's like you were telling us before, like you wanted to send out the treaty, but the fact that we received this first kind of
And this-
plays too much into what you want, I feel. But
I'm not even worried about it coming into what I want, because my deal was strictly to amend the relationship between Port Creighton and Emberford. Because we need our materials to make weaponry and armor.
granted, yes.
Given that this is a treaty for the entire nation, I believe this plays into the coincidence of necromantic attacks. So this is what I'm going to propose. I'm still going to go. Because as leader of Port Creighton, I have to make my appearance, hence otherwise what I said earlier would more than likely come to,
You gotta show your strength.
But I want you and your group to go first. Consider it reconnaissance.
Goody.
Oh, I can do that.
So, our group, you already know I have the experience, but I can tell you that my current group has ample experience in that as well. So you want us just to suss out to see if there's any, I guess, turmoil or entrapment happening over there before you would show up? We're acting as your parlay?
I want you to go, and I want you to investigate your mother. I want to be ensured that nothing sketchy is going on before I arrive. Because God forbid, Michaelis. I know you mentioned that your mother had some memory issues, how she didn't remember you being her son nor the Vaticus being her husband. I want to ensure that this doesn't change anything either. Perhaps you can talk some sense into her before my arrival as well.
I hope I'm able to as well.
Because the last thing I want, Michaelis, is to behead your mother.
I would like that to be the last option. If so, not an option at all. But I'll make sure to see something.
She's treated our nation quite well in your father's absence. So hopefully you can talk some sense into her and that good relation can prosper again.
Do you want this back?
You can keep it, Tiefling.
All right.
Consider it a proof of my sending of your group.
I guess I should reintroduce myself because
I do not care, Tiefling.
Oh,
You
okay.
lied to me. I do not wish for your name.
no, that's fine. Fair enough.
I do have a question though, Ma Girl.
Respect.
I'm just standing there still, like I don't know if I
You
should
listen
leave.
to You're just like in between us. You're just standing on like halfway up through the throne, just like.
I get on my knee. No.
Yes,
but
Michaelis.
I've only had this for, well, not. I've had it for a while, but I don't yet understand it. About the enforcer
Engraver.
emblem
Raver.
engraver. Sorry, whoops.
You of all people should know that.
I had something else on my mind. Anyways, what can you tell me about this symbol?
What is there to tell you? It's engraver's symbol. This was the symbol of a deity from centuries ago that one day completely vanished, leaving only behind a weapon.
And since then, there's been champions. Have you seen these previous or know of the stories?
Well, considering you were on an excursion to Orlais, I am completely surprised that you don't know Michaelis, but Bane was one of our own.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon?
Far back in Ecrium's history, Bane was a elite soldier, in fact leading one of the greatest nation invasions of our time. But at some point he decided that Ecrium wasn't enough anymore and that his bloodlust wasn't being satiated, so he left for another continent, specifically Orlais.
I kind of like look around at everybody too. It's just like, this might be a really stupid question, but how come I don't remember anybody ever telling me that?
Well, this is old history of Ecrium. Once Bane left, he was no longer part of our history. We
Is he
tend not to
scrapped from the
dwell.
records?
Not scrapped from the records, just we didn't really acknowledge him anymore.
Were you
We
ever
only-
looking, Michaelis? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
He proves a good point, though, Michaelis. You were a grunt until you grew in higher position. It wasn't really important for people of our army to remember Bane.
It's kind of mean.
Well, I was a soldier first and foremost. Like, I mean, Mogrel knows this as much, that we were at the front lines all the time. We fought tooth and nail against the hordes. Fighting until
Yes,
my blood
but
is
Bane is no longer on Ecrium. He's not important.
well, kind of dead. So
Here it is.
Bane is dead.
let me rephrase that.
Yes.
In Orlais, Bane took over a province of the Orlais nation.
Sounds exactly like what he wanted.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Bane made an alliance with Lolth, and then he tried to kill us.
You personally got to fight Bane.
Yes, we did. And then he tried to murder a bunch of us, and then combat ensued, and we felled him in battle, which is where I was-
Lascivious killed him.
Is
Oh,
that
was he
the
now? I
nameless
actually didn't know who
tiefling?
killed him.
What?
Tiefling,
The tiefling killed him.
Yeah, in a rather
Well,
cunning way. I should add.
okay.
You
well,
see
thanks.
Mogrel. You see Mogrel stands up from her throne.
Hi.
You killed Bane.
If you like that, then yes.
If not, it was me.
You got this, Lascivious.
I think I do, maybe.
Mommy,
Come
I mean,
forth.
All right. Please don't hit me.
You see, she looks to you and you see she reaches. She kind of turns around and reaches behind her throne. You see Larry kind of like turning, and he's almost got like this look of like confusion on him. You see she pulls out from this box that was covered in all sorts of materials. She opens it, and you see she pulls out a dagger. She takes it to Lascivious. If you are accepting, then we shall brand you.
Brand me with what?
You see she turns around and she kind of digs through some things again until she pulls out this little piece of paper, and there's a list of very seldom names. Michaelis, you would potentially recognize these because you might have been up for one at some point in time after the Necromancy War was over. There is a branding ritual that the Mogral, or that Mogwal's tribes, but just the Orcish tribe in general, tends to do whenever someone has felled a
Great enemy.
a great enemy. So the person, you see that there was a name that's like a little hard to make out in Orcish, but you see the Tarask name written by it. So this person who got the final insinuating damage onto the Tarask most likely was branded. There's very seldom names along this list. Like, it's probably about 5 or 6 names long. And
my eyes light up like, serious.
She holds this dagger to you and goes, people have turned down brandings before. Sometimes most of the time we do not give them to people outside of Orcish culture. But this is purely up to you.
Those are permanent.
Well, if I don't see any downside to it.
I guess,
where are you
this
branding
means
me?
you need to, I guess this means that you probably need to know his name now.
Oh, do you...
You see, she acknowledged that's the one that Bonelia said Lascivious killed him.
I guess...
She points the pointed edge of the blade just like a little just along the jawline.
Ow. Okay.
This is where your branding will be.
Okay.
It is a simple marking of Orcish culture.
Okay.
Do you wish to receive?
Go for it.
You see she holds your jaw ever so tightly with her other hand.
Wow, that is a strong grip.
And she kind of begins to... You see she begins to carve just small amounts of flesh out of your jaw. Like nothing like a huge gash or anything like that. But you see it's a symbol that is one line straight down with a curve kind of going around it. It's almost reminiscent of like a cursive version of like a lowercase b, only the edge looks more like a sickle or a blade.
Okay.
With that, she kind of puts it down. Larrick, do it. Do I have to? Yes. All branded must also be healed. As he comes up, just so you're aware, I don't like doing this. As he cups his hand over where the mark was made, and you would have taken 2 points of damage.
Yeah.
But he actually heals it. You feel this sense of like some warmth kind of go over. And as he takes his hand off and you feel there's now a scar there from where the marking was.
Actually felt kind of nice.
You're not welcome.
Oh,
as he just as he kind of backs up a little bit, kind of puts his hand away.
Bitch.
Michaelis.
No, it's just like...
That is a great deal of respect in our culture, Lascivious. I apologize for any mishandlings of your group.
Not at all. Understandable, really.
With that, I feel more confident in sending you all. Please feel free to take the night to rest, but I expect you all to be gone in the morning, making your way towards Cain.
At the crack of dawn, we'll leave.
And if you need any supplies, feel free. Those branded have first choice.
Do you guys have bombs?
I beg your pardon.
Well, just like
I
explosives.
think this land has taken enough bombs.
Not for here.
Then for where?
I don't know, just in case.
We don't carry explosives. We tend to do battle with swords.
Also, I think it would be
Yeah,
a
fair
very
enough.
bad idea, Lascivious, if we're supposed to be like going there as the first of the diplomatic group, and we have fucking bombs
Who
on
said
us.
I was bringing these bombs to the Underdark?
Also, we have no money.
No one.
She said first choice, and we get whatever we want.
Well, for the branded, I'm not branded.
Yeah, well, sorry, but
Well,
just to clarify.
branded by what?
Okay, well, technically then I am too, but different brands, okay?
Yeah, well, like the brand of respect, guys. Come on now. Don't worry,
Marlo,
I
does
won't
that
overuse
count?
this, Mongrel. I won't overuse this.
Lascivious has been branded. Michaelis, you have engraved a sigil within your palm. You have some symbol I don't recognize on it. Mabel, are you branded?
No.
She's royalty.
What about you?
No, Michaelis!
Not that I've seen.
More like a
No.
royal
Royalty.
pain. Sorry.
I'm not royalty, please.
Sorry, Margot, that was a joke.
She's really rich.
Didn't sound
Ah,
right.
yes. Haha. As she points to Ophelia. Are you branded?
No, I'm just a regular human being.
That's
Regular,
that is
living,
fair.
breathing human being.
Why do you say
Flesh
it like
and all.
that?
Well, that's just what we all are, right? Like,
Well,
you're
you're
an elf.
either
You're
elven
an
or
orc.
half elven.
Me
as
being
far
a
as I can
tiefling is even
tell.
arguable.
Regardless, she just kind of shakes her head. Please feel free. You can stay at the accommodations. Here we have one tavern of sorts that has accommodation, or you may sleep on your boat.
Thank you.
I'll take the boat.
I'm gonna sleep on the boat.
I'll try to sleep in one of the accommodations on the ground.
Sure. With that, Mogrel kind of like shoos you all out of her room. We'll say everyone can. What's everybody's passive perception? We'll go one. Lascivious passive perception.
10?
Michaelis.
Perception
Passive
is
perception.
16.
Mabel.
18.
Sonnet.
20.
And Bonilia.
18.
Okay. Lascivious, if you want, you can make a perception roll to see what this is. But
14.
a 14. Okay. As you all, I'll ask first actually before I go on to that. Is anybody staying with Mogrel?
I'm going back to Azria, my baby.
Like right now. I'm
Amelia?
probably
Nope.
And then Michaelis.
I'm probably gonna stay to have a word with her this by myself when everybody else leaves.
For sure. As everybody kind of makes their way out, with the exception of Michaelis, who just kind of hangs around at the entrance for a brief moment. Everybody who has the passive perception of a 14 or higher and roll the perception of 14 or higher would see that Margrel has gestured for him to come forth. They share a couple words that are just I was gonna say inedible, but that's not the word.
Incoherent.
Inaudible.
Ineligible.
Oh, inaudible.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that are just out of hearing. And you see he kind of like looks and just gives he's got this angry expression, but he just kind of nods.
Ooh, he didn't like what he had to do.
As the rest of you make your way, Michaelis, you were left alone with Mogrel and Lyric in her tent.
Shit. I didn't think about
I
what
just kind of like look behind to see him leave.
You coming, Michaelis?
I'm gonna just speak with Margot for a couple minutes. I'll be out in my
Gotcha.
tent.
Okay.
Well, I gotta say, Margot, of all the people I expected to be branded, Lascivious was kind of out of left field.
Someone actually killing Bane is out of left field, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Touche.
As much as we don't acknowledge his history, he's still a powerful figure within culture.
Very true. Who was the last person to get the brand? Because if I remember correctly, you're going to give it to like one of us in the necromancy war, but it didn't happen.
Venori, the four of you were all going to receive a branding. That is true. Venori decided to not accept one as she felt that she was undeserving, having not brought down the final necromancer.
She was
Canis decided not to because it was not part of his culture. Not Velstead, that's the town. Urzen didn't want it because it was going to hurt his complexion.
That sounds like Urzen, yeah.
And
I still look good.
Kalis, you know why you didn't receive yours.
Yeah. Despite that, I just want to thank you for giving Lascivious that honor. I know it's bestowed upon him, but I feel like, you know, that I don't know how to put it. I don't know. It feels this like I'm blanking.
It's more than fine. Your friend earned that right. You still have a chance to redeem yourself, Michaelis. Potentially, if this can all be settled, you may receive your branding yet.
I guess that was the thing I was getting to. I didn't know how to quite to place it. It's just, although the things that happened back then, it's just I don't want to say that like Lascivious is, or my group is like my new like
Squadron, per se.
but at the same time, though, I feel kind of honored being by their side. I know I haven't rightly expressed this to them. To be quite honest, I've been kind of a jackass. Since I have. It's that kind of, I mean, you know as well as I do, when you just go on this endless rotation of new people and such, it gets tiresome. And so I kind of felt shut in for a bit, but given in the last few months of what has happened and such, and I guess with this recent branding, it's brought me to the realization of how important and resilient my people are. And I'm kind of glad that you were able to show your gratitude towards us as well. And I'm very grateful for that.
If your words are as true as you say, they will prove that in stride over these next few days.
And I hope to prove that back to them as well.
You see, she walks towards you and she extends her hands outwards. I will forgive any wrongdoings to us from your previous history, Michaelis. I know that you went through a very great hardship. But there is always a road for redemption.
And I tend to stride in it.
She reaches out her hand.
I grasp it and we give a shake.
After a couple of seconds, she breaks things. You should go get some rest, though. You are covered in sweat, which is normal for here, but I imagine it's not exactly your cultural desire to be covered in sweat.
Yeah, but given the predicaments we're in, and it's happened so many times, you know, that's army life, mercenary life, all this.
Exactly. I shall be prepping things. If you need me at any point, feel free to come by. But for now, please go get rest.
I'll wash up against some rest then. Magro, and I just give my quick kneel and a bow, just like.
She gives you a small nod as you stand.
And then I turn to Lyrak, and I'm just like give him a nod. It's like, and I go.
He
and
just
leave.
he just kind of squints his eyes at you.
What a
And
salty
I exit
boy.
out the door.
This salty little boy.
So with that,
You
Michaelis,
get a branding.
you go to the accommodations that she has given. You know, you can have a shower, kind of prep up, you know, things that you need. We'll go back to the rest of the group here before we go to the night. Lascivious, is there anything that you do once arriving on the boat?
Well, I think, unless anything is desired of me, I think Lascivious's kind of only thought is to go see Azria. Although I guess there was the talk of going out right at dawn, and I think he's also kind of thinking, I'm like, should I go talk to, like, Elias and the wizards?
Mm-hmm.
I think Lascivious kind of looks at Maple and just like, so, like, I don't know when I'll get to talk to everyone next. So, should I don't know. Should I talk with everyone now, or is it a bad time, you think?
You mean the wizards?
Yeah.
Mabel kind of seems a little conflicted. I think she's definitely thinking about the other things that she's trying to pursue, other conversations. But
Are you gonna do anything? Like, what are you doing right now?
what am I doing? I wanted to just speak with a few people before we turn in for the night, but I'll tell you what, if it doesn't get too late, I'll come find you.
All right, I'm gonna go hang out with Azria then for a little bit.
Okay.
You and Azri just kind of spend some time, you know,
What's up, babe?
one of the first times in a little while that you guys get to have some moments to yourself. You and
Yeah.
her kind of like sitting at the very front of the boat,
Mhm.
just kind of like with the water kind of rocking you very slowly. It's kind of a little bit of a romantic moment
Yeah.
between the two. I am going to come back to you, however.
Sure.
Sana, is there anybody that you want to speak with or do before the night ends?
I think as we're like going to the boat, I would just let Mabel know. I think Tekuin is trying to reach me. I think I saw him or a semblance
When?
of him in the little sand duney area after the fight.
Wait, what do you mean? Like how? How with like him?
Not him as himself, but a semblance of like his energy. It was a feather. I could just tell.
How does something like that happen? He's not with you.
It's possible that we're still somewhat connected, and he's trying to find me. I recognize his presence, and I'm sure he recognizes mine.
It's not good.
Well, it saves us a trip.
I guess. Can we, when we get back, can we discuss that a little more?
Absolutely. Yes, of course.
Okay.
All right. Anybody else or anything, Sana?
No.
Okay.
Oh wait, no.
Emil-
Are we on the boat? I thought
You're
we
on
were
the boat
walking
right now,
back.
yeah.
Oh, we're on
Well,
the boat?
Well, I'll say like Sonnet mentioned that it, like on the way back to the boat, he mentioned this to you.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I didn't want to like totally skip the conversation for the night, but
But yeah, we can go on to other people.
Yeah, we'll come
oh,
back.
yeah.
Bonelia, is there anybody or anything you would like to do once arriving back to the boat or on the way to the boat?
I think on the way to the boat, she's just gonna say to Lascivious and Sonnet, "Thank you for helping hide Eldenor.
Oh,
I know, Sonnet, you know him better than I do, but thank you.
Well, I wouldn't say better.
Yeah, you've known him longer. But if you will excuse me, I am gonna go find him and see how much more we can rock this boat."
Whoa.
Mabel coughs.
Yeah,
How were you? How would you guys rock the boat?
Water.
I'm just gonna look at Lascivious.
She's just gonna
and be
walk
like,
off.
Just, it's.
Don't worry about it.
You guys like an
It's
wrestle or
gonna-
something?
No.
It's gonna cut for me. Michaela's is sleeping in his tent. So he used to look at the boat. And he just sees. The
I'm
boat
sweating
far away,
now.
It's like. It's just like. Is
Have
Brooke,
fun, I
like
guess.
fucking moving a barrel or something? Like, what the-
Oh my God.
Okay, for sure. We'll come back to that.
We don't have to come back to that. We can move on from that.
Not that part.
Yeah,
Imagine if you will.
we'll say that that's a Bonilli gets on the boat. She finds Eldenor, and that's like the fade to black for her. For the
Whoa.
night.
Yeah.
She gets on the boat and then she gets on.
Oh, hey, Azria. Whoa. Whoa, sorry. Boat's tipping for some reason.
Caught me so off guard.
Yeah.
Wow. We'll come
That's
back.
so good.
We'll come back.
We'll be right
come
back.
to we'll come back to Mabel and Sonnet for now, just because Mabel and Lascivious can go find Azria together as the final thing for the night.
Mhm.
Sonnet and Mabel, you both come back to the boat.
Yeah, just to preface this conversation, I think Mabel will make sure that I think she'll try and sort of walk past Cheshire's room
Mm-hmm.
and open the door and take a look inside. Is he kind of wrapped up on the bed still? Like,
Yeah,
happened
he
with him?
is. He's been like. It seems like somebody has kind of come in respectfully, like just done like a tidy up. Put him in like a very like professional type position. Like arms laid down across and stuff like that. Somebody's positioned him so he's not just laying there.
Yeah, I think she'll stand there for a few moments, just kind of observing, and then make her way with Sonnet to their quarters. I guess we weren't really shown where our own.
Yeah,
quarters
you
were, but-
guys had woken up in a room that had all
Yeah.
5 of your beds together.
Yeah.
At this point, there's plenty of rooms there's
You just
probably
find a
excess
spare room.
rooms on the boat.
I will ask real
Everybody
quick.
can probably assume. To take
Weren't
one
you
of their
gonna
own.
like go and talk to other people and then potentially get Lascivious before the end of the night conversation? Just checking because I might have misunderstood.
There's always time for the other conversation.
there's
in the morning
time.
As well.
I just wasn't sure. It sounded like a let's talk and go to bed conversation.
Well, what she
so-
was thinking about was like, oh, I really need to talk to Sonnet about this, but I don't know how that's.
Okay, I just wasn't sure.
We're gonna
Yeah.
go with everybody. Like this is probably gonna be the last conversation for Sonnet and Mabel, and then Mabel and Sivs will probably be the last one, and then we're gonna take a break after that, and then we're
Okay.
gonna move to morning.
Yeah, she'll kind of walk in the room, maybe close the door behind her. Just kind of look to him. You mentioned you wanted Bonelia here, but she's maybe a
Oh,
little...
did you-
No, all preoccupied at the moment because she's, doing whatever
Yep.
she's doing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know whether to ask you about the feather more or
Well, what's on your mind?
it is very concerning. But I'm just gonna point to your hand. You said that is from Cyrus, and you made a deal again?
Yes, well, I was the one making the deal with him this time.
Still not great.
Yeah, well, you live and you learn, and I'm learning to be on top no matter what.
Uh-huh.
I have made. I am coming up with a plan to find Tekuin and seal Tekuin within myself. For good. Not a seal that can be broken, but a seal that can take him away as soon as life takes its course.
You know, you can tell me if you're giving up. You can just tell me.
What are you talking about?
You want him back inside of you after. I don't
want him
understand.
quelled. As soon as he left, look what happened. I lost members of the Desires. People were hurt because he had left me. And so I want to make sure that I can seal him away where he can't do any damage.
You know that's not your fault, right?
It...
That's not your fault. You didn't do that.
I brought him with me. I gave him power. I set him loose. It's time for this dance to come to an end.
You don't know what could happen. Have you even?
That is why I am telling you about it. We are going to figure this out. I'm not rushing into it. I have this symbol and that's it. I haven't sealed him away. I haven't
Well, what
even
does that
begun.
mean? Why did he give that to you?
He said that he's going to help me. I'm sure it's going to keep him still or just give me another edge to take him away. I've been trying to get Bonilia involved because of her history with LaRue. I'm hoping that the symbols that she's working on. There was something that I felt when I transformed into a lycanthrope where Tekuin didn't like it. It was the first time where it felt like he had also lost control, and I feel like there's some sort of link there. It's like I am the middle ground, and the lycanthrope can take control of the body, and so can Tekuin, but he resides in more so the mind. But the lycanthrope is within the body. It solely has that control, and I feel as though if I can create these symbols in this lycanthrope state, I could maybe create a seal that he can't get through, he can't control. But again, I'm trying to look into it. I'm not rushing into it. I wanted to let you know. And I want you to know that I don't want... In this deal, I am not throwing my life away. I'm not throwing away our life. I won't do it. That was never part of the deal.
I want to say you realize how this sounds, but I think you know how it sounds. I guess that's why you wanted to keep the lycanthropy. I had wondered why.
Do you not think this could work?
I am just worried. And you know, of course there's time. There's time if we make the time. make the time.
And I'll take the steps with you. And so if you're not taking the step, I won't take the step.
I think this is the... It makes sense, but I would be a fool not to acknowledge it. At the very least, Okay. Okay. We look into it. But if I think for 1 second...
Of course. I know.
I
know.
swear.
You'll hurt me worse than Tekuin ever could. I get it. I get it.
I will.
I know.
With that kind of like joyous kind of, fix the kind of tone to it. You do remember that Lascivious mentioned potentially finding Elias with you, Mabel, before the end of the night.
Mm-hmm. This looks a little bad with me leaving right now. I did tell Lascivious he wants to get the wizards together. I don't think I'll ever be able to get him to stop with that.
I'll keep the bed warm. I probably won't be awake when you get in, to be honest, before you trance. But I'll just like lazily give her like a kiss on the cheek as I go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I love you.
I love you too.
She's gonna boogie. Go find Lascivious and the wizards.
After doesn't take a whole lot of searching. After a little while, you see Lascivious and Asri just on the very top deck of the boat, just watching over the water and the stars.
Yeah, she said that she was gonna like rock the boat with, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
I think I understand what she's definitely getting at. I don't know if I know that you know. You don't understand this, do you?
I mean, how can they rock the boat? That's no one has been clear on. I just don't understand.
You're so right. And it's like impossible to do. So I don't know why she said that. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I told Mabel that I'd like to speak to the wizards about something potentially.
By wizards, are you just referring to the elves?
Well, like Charles and
like...
Elias and Mabel.
Oh, so the elves.
Well, they're wizards.
They are wizards, but they're elves.
Yeah, they're literally wizards. I don't understand what's confusing here.
Correlation here.
You're right, love. You're right.
Don't tire yourself. Okay.
All right.
Have you gotten anyone together yet, or are we gonna go?
Oh, I thought you were doing that.
I've had him
not doing that.
I've had him on the boat for the last 20 minutes or so. He hasn't looked at all.
I see.
Let's round him up.
Let's
I
round him up.
I put my hand on her shoulder. I kissed her on the head, and then I'm like, I'll see you back in our room.
Of course.
Let's go. I'll grab William as well, just in case.
Right, he's a wizard too.
Yeah, this is
It's really funny because he is.
Is your dad a wizard?
I'm not answering that.
I'm just trying to figure out, okay? Anyways.
Charles is really easy to find. He's still kind of on the main deck. He was just on the opposite side of Lascivious's. He's just kind of in his thoughts, doing his own little thing. You guys gather him pretty easily.
Boo.
William's also pretty easy to find. He's just in his room, not too far off from where yours and your family's would be. It's pretty easy to gather. Kind of knocking on his door. He's like a little groggy and goes, What's going on?
Sorry, were you trancing?
I was trying to. It's a little hard. I'm not used to trancing on the boat.
Hmm. Listen, can I steal you away for a couple of minutes?
Sure.
Maybe this conversation will tire you out. And I'll kind of pull on him to get out of the room, and
Mhm.
Yeah.
The four of you make your way to the very back end of the boat. Just underneath the there were three floors to this boat. To the boat, you have your main deck, you have your lower deck, and then the very bottom deck.
Mhm.
I was gonna say Ekrim. Eldenor was on the first layer below, whereas this time you've gone to the very bottom of the boat. This area has some of the more like emptier rooms, like they aren't as lavish. Um, and you see like going through, there's one at the very end that looks to have had like a giant wall to it. Opening the door. Oh, sorry, that does say Elias on it with like, one of those like position holder metal type objects on it. You see the door's actually slightly ajar.
Yeah, I think Mabel's a little hesitant. This is going to be the first time that she's really had a chance to like speak to him or like seen him since she's been dead.
Mhm.
But she'll kind of push the door open a little.
Maybe we should knock.
I'll knock.
As you knock, the door kind of slightly goes open as you see the familiar face, the curled mustache, the short brown hair, the shorter appearance for an elf.
Mm.
You see that he's got his son Finkus in his arms, and he's just kind of putting him into one of the beds off to the side and covering him. You see Sarquin on the other side of the room as well. She's just completely passed out. She's got some pillows that look really nicely done up and blankets, all sorts of things. His two kids are already fast asleep. You see he kind of turns his head to where the knock came from and gestures the four of you in. He takes you to one half of the room.
Good evening.
It's sorry I haven't had a chance to come and see
No.
you.
It's okay. You've been busy. I get it.
Getting the kids to live on a boat has been one of the hardest things I think I've ever had to do as a parent.
Jeez, I can imagine. Not much space to run around, even though it's kind of huge.
Well, Finkus likes to run through the halls, but that, all of his toys are gone and everything
There's
like
only
that.
so much to do, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
How have you been?
Stressed, very tired. I haven't had much time to myself. I've been trying to keep up a lot of the boat down here, trying to make sure that Finkus doesn't make people want to ram their head through the boards.
As he does.
Sarquin is having a bit of a hard time. Finkus, he's so young. He's adapting very well to being somewhere else, but Sarquin, she's having a bit of a tougher go of it. All of her friends were in Zoar when the dome happened, so she's a little worried about how they are doing and how the families are doing and such like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll be okay. We'll return eventually, and then it's picking up the pieces from there for them.
That kind of
Kids are
crushes
strong.
Lascivious a little bit. Because he would try his best to evacuate as many people left before leaving. Fuck.
Kids are strong.
I'm
and
sure.
quite resilient.
Sarquin's friends, his families, they're all fighters. I'm sure they did phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably, if I wouldn't be surprised if they had a stronghold underneath their house, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, I'd believe it.
But what can I do for the four of you? It seems like there's a bit of a convergence happening here.
Yes, and I'll kind of glance to Lascivious. He's got some questions. We've got some questions. Lascivious?
Hello, my name's Lascivious.
I know who you are.
are.
I know who you are.
Everyone at once. I know who you are.
Yeah. I had a quick question from you guys, because you guys are obviously pretty well versed in magic, more than I would be. What are your guys' thoughts on the act of soul stealing?
You see William just roll his eyes. I'm gonna go back to bed, Mabel.
No, stay here. I'll grab him.
I don't think that I am exactly the brightest person for this subject. Me being a wizard is just purely because it's a part of our family. I don't exactly practice magic all that much. I'm still the business side of things.
Wait, you don't?
Well, not as much as I used to as a kid. I mean,
Wait, I thought you were being tutored at home.
well, I was, but father, he's more interested in the business side than the magic side. He doesn't even do much casting nowadays either.
He is a wizard. Sorry.
It's as much as that I could potentially have a single nugget of wisdom for this conversation. Souls are not exactly my forte. I don't know that much about magic.
Yeah, I guess. Okay.
Sorry to waste your time.
I am a little curious though, so I think I'm gonna stay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Charles kind of
That's
like Charles kind of crosses his arms. Soul stealing is hard. It is not exactly something that has a clear answer on what to do and how to do it. Deities have done it because of making deals. There have been rumors and stories from other nations of people casting magic to steal souls and use them as fuel. It is... I don't exactly know how to do it, but it's definitely something that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm kind of... I don't know, because in terms of the act of just doing it myself, I don't know if I'd be capable. I'm not exactly the most potent in magic anymore, and I don't know. Is there not like...
You hear Elias peek up in the middle of your sentence. Do we know a witch?
A witch?
A witch.
I don't think so.
Sorry, I should specify, not a witch. A hag.
Hags are dangerous, Elias. What do we want to do with
They
a hag?
are, but I want to say with their whole rebirth process and the fact that hags need to make deals to expand their coven further, a hag might be the best possible option to learn more about this, because in the library in Zawar, there were books about souls and how they pertain to some people casting magic, but there's nothing about exchanging them. It's not exactly a heavily talked about subject. But hags bargain people's souls for things. People bargain sentimental things for it. Hags are what might possibly be the best option for information regarding that. And I personally don't know any. I haven't seen any in Orlais for years. But here, hags might be more common for all we know.
The thing is, Lascivious doesn't have a soul currently to bargain with.
Yeah.
I don't know how that would work.
Well, that makes things better. Because if he doesn't have a soul to bargain with, then the hag will more than likely be willing to no pun intended, haggle for physical items for information. They don't only want souls, but I guarantee you they know how to operate with them. And they don't necessarily want them all the time. They may just want like an item or two, something sentimental. It's hard to say. But if Lascivious doesn't have a soul, which is strange, then there's a good chance a hag might be able to tell you how to get it.
On the topic of souls, is there any talk about kind of like a soul and like what its role is in the person itself? Like...
Well, there's many different answers for that. Depending on your culture, souls are the antithesis of your magic casting. You need to have a soul in order to cast it. Some people are believing that the souls are something that you cannot bargain with. They are something strictly within you, and even if you make a deal per se, that they might not actually be taking it, and that it more just be a word of mouth type thing, or in order to intimidate people into doing what the person wants. It's hard to say. Each culture has interpreted the soul differently. Deities, on the other hand, depends on the deity and what exactly they intend to use it for, because some use it to enhance magic, some use it to remain youthful, some use it as a food source, believe it or not. There's a deity in the kingdom of Lachelle that has been known as the Soul Reaper. It would take souls from people and it would simply use them as a food source.
So,
But that's another deity off in another kingdom.
what about a deity that doesn't have its soul? Like it maybe sold its soul by accident.
Hard to say. Hard to say, because some people believe that not knowing what you're giving away doesn't exactly equal actually giving it away. But it's hard to say.
In what if you were, let's say, to have sold your soul to someone like, let's say, Lolth,
Just for the sake of it.
then yeah, like how a god as prolific, whatever, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, how would they? What does that mean?
Considering Loth was banished, and we don't exactly know what the banishment realm does to people for the most part, if Loth happened to have been weakened by it, she might be using souls as a way to rejuvenate, to rejuvenate herself per se. That's the only option I can possibly think of, is perhaps it's prolonging an inevitable death over time.
Do you think that if she were to die with the souls would die with her?
I don't think so. As far as my research has gone, which, mind you, very little, so take this with a pinch of salt. Any record that I've heard of creatures that have held on to souls and not used them, usually when that creature dies, they tend... they've been rumored to return back to people. It depends on if it's been used or not.
Last question in regards to that. Is there anything that states the idea that like a soul is also incomplete without the body kind of thing? Like the body is clearly not the same level without the soul. So would the soul be kind of the same? So like maybe not recognizable as like something significant other than just a soul?
That's hard to say, because as far as I'm aware, souls can have potential different value depending on what they're from or the innocence of such things. There are rumors of demons that prefer more innocent souls that are uncorrupted because they're tastier or invoke more power. Some people go after souls of high political beings because they believe that they're more sought after, and so they have a heavier bargaining chip. It really depends, but if you're asking me, my soul versus, say, your soul are incomparable. They are one in the same realistically in terms of value, but the value is dependent on the person.
So a hag, huh?
It's the only way I can think of.
Charles, do you have any thoughts?
As much as I agree with Mabel on saying that hags are dangerous, I think he's onto something. Now, I don't know much about Ecrium, but Michaelis does. He potentially might know where a hag's den might be, or if hags are common in Ecrium or not. Hell, maybe even asking just some of the members in Port Creighton might give you better answers. Just ask someone who knows the land.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll have to do that.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, if you go looking for a hag, you let us know, okay? No.
Oh yeah,
sneaking
no, I'm
off
not gonna
and-
sneak off. I don't want to put you guys in danger, though.
Thoughtful.
Was there anything else that I could help you all with?
I that's kind of more or less all my questions. I mean, we kind of confirmed what we thought in the hellscape. For
Yes,
your...
I heard your speech.
Well, I mean, Lolth is mortal, yes, but I mean, like, when we talked about Vaxis and all that stuff. Like, Vaxis is alive, and she's my mom, and Kapir is also my dad.
Surprise!
Oh, shit. Charles, right. I forgot.
I wanted this to come off easier, but then, I don't think there is an easy way.
Sorry, Elias helped us kind of reach into my mind and look into, like, a part, and...
It's also why I asked you about Kapir, but, like, also just because, like, I care, but also because he's...
You see Charles just kind of put his hands up and goes, I'm not even going to question at this point. We can talk about it later. That's too much information for me before I go to bed, please.
I guess I'll keep the rest away for now.
There's more?
Do you want to know?
Wait, what more?
No, not right now. You see,
Mabel,
he's kind of like
so dumb.
You see, he puts his hand
Oh,
to his head.
Charles! Wait! No, please. Well,
Shh,
actually...
Mabel, shh, there's children. Shh.
Actually, never mind. I'm so sorry. We'll talk in the morning. I'll come find you. Come find you.
Okay.
I'll find you.
Kill you. I mean, he just put me away. Why are you so excited?
You all begin to leave Elias's quarters and go to your own rest for the night.
I say my thanks real quick to Elias.
Of course.
And Charles. Just be like, sorry. Thank you.
Well, Charles is probably not sleeping for the night, as he thinks. Elias, attempts to get some rest with his kids. The night will fall. Everyone returns to their beds and begins to go into a trance, asleep. Bonelia, you rock a boat.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break.
Pause. Back to recording.
Alrighty,
All right.
So we come back. You've all kind of woken up generally around the same time, knowing that you had to be up early. Lascivious, you feel Azra's just like arms just draped over you as you kind of shift. She's like, "Do you have to go right now?"
Yeah.
You came back and now you go again. I feel like this is a trend.
Yeah, I don't know if this trend's gonna stop until Wolf is dead, to be honest. It sucks.
I mean, I'm here for it, I guess. And she just like very lightly like slaps your face with her hand. It's
yes.
like barely even.
Wow. Okay. Whatever. I see how it is.
She just kind of like gently just like cups your hand or cups your face with like her hand and just kind of gives it like some very gentle like just tappy slaps. And then just like essentially like she shifts her weight over so like her back is facing you and then she just tugs and grabs all of the blanket.
Oh. All right. Well, I guess I'm getting up now. This is your fault.
So like, you just hear her mumbling and then just right back to sleep.
I give her a kiss on the head and then I head out as I get dressed, of course, before I head out.
Michaelis, you awaken within the tent, the tent-like structure for tavern. Like waking up, you smell like smells like bacon and pork and things like that being cooked right within the actual tavern itself. Stepping out, you see a couple of different orcish people you might have recognized from 20 years ago that have aged or anything like nothing like super important. You see one of the half orc chef behind the table or behind the bar, kind of like hands you like a small little wrapped thing. Looks like a burrito. Goes, Mug Roll said you should get some kind of a food thing.
Thank you. What's in this?
It's meat.
Well, I can eat that. I take a chow down on it. I'm just like,
it's not even seasoned. Like it's
irony,
the most bland food
rare.
you've ever tasted. Like, any compliments for the chef?
I like it rare, so you got that down.
What's rare?
Meat.
No, that meat was like a deer. It's very common.
Oh, I'm just meaning how you cooked it. It's really good. That's all.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Compliments to the chef, man.
Yeah. Oh, that's me. Thank you.
Okay.
Walking out of the tavern, just eating this super bland burrito. Bonelia, you wake up in your chamber and you see Eldenor has also just like when the first time that you two had spent the night together, he was up early in the morning, like when you woke up, and he was working some stuff. This time you notice that he's still in the bed with you. See, like kind of rustling around. He kind of like his eyes gently awake, and he goes, "Yeah, I think that's the appearance that I prefer." As he kind of like just gestures like his finger to you, looking at your hands, you're back to being your skeletal form.
I prefer to look too.
You've got a pretty big day ahead of you, eh?
Oh,
If I can make it out of the town without being killed.
You gonna take another potion, or you think you're gonna be able to sneak it? You could probably sneak it. You're pretty good.
That's what I'm gonna try for.
Definitely. I mean, you know this, but definitely tell your friends so that way they're not worried about you being separated.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If you need me, I'm only a message or a sending away.
dog.
That dog.
I'll try to reach out to you through my friends when I can. And she's gonna give him a kiss with her teeth.
Yep.
And get up and get ready and head
out. Mabel. And Sonnet, for that matter.
If I stayed the night. Just kidding.
Both of you maybe
Talia.
coming out of your trance. That's so gross. coming out of your trance, and Sonnet kind of waking up roughly around the same time. Plenty to think about over the night. Exhausted from all the running and just coming into the port and suddenly being threatened and accused of all these things. It's kind of you finally feel like a sense of like, okay, we're making some headway today, as the Mogrol's on your guys' good side, like that.
I will say, Mabel, at the mention of Tekowin popping up, she's absolutely back to watching him while he sleeps.
Absolutely. The night went by without a single hitch. Kind of getting dressed, the five of you eventually convene at the center of Port Creighton, unless there was anything anybody wanted to do beforehand. So we'll kind of go one by one here. Michaelis, you're by yourself in the center of the town. Is there anything that you do?
I'm still trying to fucking chow
Chew the
down that
burrito.
fucking. I'm just like there. I was just like this. Like
It's
this,
so
like,
dry. It is so dry.
I mean, it's just I'm just
Protein.
like. In some ways, I'll say that Michaelis is kind of like reminiscing about staying in New York camps long ago. So it's like almost like nostalgic. It was almost like when you were poor as a kid and you're eating like something from like when you were a kid kind of thing. It's just like So it's like almost like a happy but a sad happy, just like.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Otherwise, I think he's just probably gonna maybe this prep up his armor, maybe sharpen his sword quickly at an orc blacksmith, like he does it himself.
For sure, yeah.
I mean, gets permission probably, or just like it's like, oh, I'll just do this. Probably with a bunch of other orcs there doing their own thing.
Yep. I mean, just sharpening it, they don't cost you anything because you're not actually using any materials, so they don't really care all that much. But for sure. Bonili, is there anything that you do or anybody you talk to before heading off the boat and making your guys' way?
I mean, I'm gonna, put my hood up and disguise myself and cover up as much of myself as I can.
For sure. Using your coat, it's pretty easy. You know, it's pretty simple to find like common clothes on the ship, even if you don't have any on your person. You know, just like a pair of pants to cover the bones. You know, like some shirts. Your jacket does a really good amount of covering like your upper body. Pretty easy to find like a hooded type attachment as well to a shirt, so you can kind of hide your facial features as well. But yeah, aside from that, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Sonnet and Mabel, anything before you guys get to the land?
I don't think so. Do I have like a rough idea of how long it's gonna take Talus to like get the scalpel and stuff like that? Or I guess the
No,
embalming
but
tool?
we'll say for a second, means he does come up to you. He's like, he's already
Hmm.
got the scalpel. He's just looking for more silver.
Gotcha. Okay. Needs more silver. Okay, alright. I'll does he give me the scalpel?
Yeah, he gives you the scalpel.
Okay, sweet. Yeah. I'll just kind of send him away, be like, thanks, I'll see if I can find you more silver.
That would be very, very beneficial. We don't have a whole lot on the ship. As he just kind of like continues running off. Also, I'm still looking. As he just like continues to run off.
And I just go, shh! Subtle, Talus, subtle!
Anything for Mabel at all?
Yes, real quick. She's gonna go find Charles and she'll be like, I hope you tranced well. I'm so sorry about last night. But listen, I wanted to talk. I don't know when we're gonna be back. I would like to think tonight. We'll see. I'll keep you updated. Random, maybe not so random. I found out that Pacey's been to the Hellscape a few times. I didn't know that.
Like to the
The
plane?
Hellscape. Yeah. Our time down there was we met someone and there was a bit of a library there. Pretty well
In
kept,
the
actually.
Hellscape, there was
Yeah,
a library.
sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, and from that I found out that he has popped down a few times, and I guess now I know you didn't really know that.
I mean, I can't say I'm not surprised, because Pacey was a incredibly powerful wizard. You know, I can't imagine he didn't know how to extraplanar travel.
Yeah. No, of course. Yeah. I don't know. I guess
What did he want down there?
Oh,
Was he just studying?
I guess they didn't really say much on that, but I just found it interesting that he just has been there. I don't know. I imagine studies and notes and sort of the stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that. I guess.
I mean, you missed me. It's understandable. You just wanted to come talk to me.
That's exactly it.
Steel Wind Strike.
Been a while since he's been gone. Was it 6 years now?
Give or take.
I wish I could have met him. wanted to. Practically followed his every move, and then
I'll be
figures
honest,
year before I got there.
I don't think he would have wanted to.
Why is that? I mean, you kind of always spoke highly of him.
Just because I speak highly of him doesn't mean that he doesn't have his quirks. He's very...
Wait, don't ruin the dream for me. Hold up.
It's not ruin the dream. It's just that he's very thorough in what he does, and he takes his work very seriously. He doesn't like distractions. And
Okay, as he should.
And you are a bit of a distraction.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
It is a compliment.
I think he's alive.
I beg your pardon.
I don't know how. I found his disappearance very suspicious, and I know you know that because I've talked to you about it enough, but I think there's something to be said. If he can travel to the hellscape as much as he wants, then what's to say he's not, like, in the banishment realm or something?
You think he would have
Maybe.
went there?
I don't know. I mean, his wife and his kid died. I don't know. He wasn't there one day. I mean, you know more about that than me, but
I can't say I haven't thought about the idea for sure, but surely not. It's so dangerous in there. The way that he described the plane and the people that he banished into it, like, I can't imagine he would just go in there for no reason.
no, he would have to have a reason. I don't know. I'm kind of just spitballing here. I'm
not
I-
dismissing you, is
yeah.
what I'm saying. I
know.
I just find it hard to believe.
Well, I do. I think he's somewhere. And I don't know where, but
For your sake, I hope he is, because you say you want to meet him, and as much as I have had quirks with him and his personality, if you want to meet him, you want to meet him.
I mean, there's that, but also it'd be nice to have some help with this.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Not exactly.
Not to say that you weren't great help. You were great help.
I don't have it. It's understandable.
Mm.
You know.
You're just not one of us, I guess.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, well, I'll get going. Yeah, if you can think of anything that can help me with this, that he's maybe said, I don't know, but...
I'll take a look through Cheshire's notes. Maybe he's got something that I haven't seen.
Yeah, please.
You should
Okay.
go. He just points as he sees, like, Michaela's off in the distance, and then Lascivious. I was like, I think your friend's already. Michaelis looks
Yeah.
like he's about to choke.
What? Oh, goodness. I'll go deal with that. I'll message you.
Of course.
Yeah, stay safe.
And Lascivious, was there anything that you wanted to do before the boat?
Yes. I think Lascivious, as he kind of steps out onto like the like opening where he's outside now,
Mm-hmm.
I think he recalls what Mabel had said about Kapir, and is like, I'm probably not gonna get what I want. Let me just try. And he's gonna sacrifice a spell slot to try and reach out to Kapir through his thing.
For sure.
Daddy?
What do you
Are
say?
you there?
I figure this. I don't know what. If you're there, I know, and I will find you.
You feel a message send off. You don't get a response. but in your head you feel static. As if something is trying but not getting through.
All right. So he just goes, well, if that's not confirmation, I don't know what is. And he just continues on.
Okay. You all, I will say before anybody who leaves the boat, Bonilla, you're trying to hide from your friends, or you gotta tell them that you're gonna attempt to sneak your way through?
I'm gonna tell them.
Okay. So, Sonnet, Mabel, and Lascivious, because Michaelis is just in the middle of the town. See, Bonilia has,
Cuts to him. He's a quarter away there now.
She's covered up in head to toe as much as she can. As much as she can.
I'm gonna try and sneak through.
As much as that's great, are you sure that that's worth the risk?
I only have 2 more potions left, and it seems like a waste to drink one for 5 minutes.
That's fair. That's a good point. I'd give you my cloak, but it's going to take you a while to get used to it, so I don't know if if we have the time for that.
I will say, if you did want to, she expects you guys to be gone early in the morning, but there is time in order to attune.
Yeah, I think Lascivious is going to take off his cloak and give it to Bonilia then.
Can I attune to it?
Absolutely. Taking, I think it's somewhere, between 20 to 30 minutes you get to attune to an item. So if you want to send her the stat block for it, you can.
Trying to figure out how many things I'm attuned to already.
I believe everybody has a basis of 3 to start.
Yeah,
okay.
You should only be able to attune to 3.
Easy.
Easy clap.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. And tell me, remind me again, which cloak was this one?
It's the Cloak of Elven Kind. You have advantage on stealth checks, and enemies have disadvantage on perception checks to see you.
Sounds good. Okay.
While the hood is up.
Okay. And I assume, Bonilla, you put the hood up.
Yeah.
Awesome. We'll get you to roll some stealth checks. Everybody gets a long rest, of course. No more exhaustion levels.
Hell yeah.
Yay. Long rest. Take long rest. Confirmed. Yes.
And then we'll get you to roll a stealth check there, Danica.
Okie doke. Hey.
I don't like the sound of that.
Well, enemies still have disadvantage on perceiving her, and that's if they're actively perceiving her. So I don't know how that works that way.
Just to hear, oi.
Oi.
It's such a bad sound.
What's the total there, Danica?
14.
14 is not bad.
Yeah.
Going through, so the 3 of you kind of make your way through to the center of town. You fill in Michaelis on Bonilia's situation, as Bonilia is being very swift in going between some of the alleyways and such like that. She kind of keeps the hood really close and down as she has to pass by some people, until the 5 of you eventually are at the exits of the port. And while you're there, you happen to see Lyric come out from behind the windmill. So he's got a little bit of a just a not exactly happy kind of expression on his face, as he just kind of keeps his he's dragging his sword like an angry child. I've been ordered to help you guys cross Orcus lands without being interrupted by patrols.
Sweet.
All right.
We're glad to have you.
You see, he kind of looks to your group. Bonilia, he just kind of looks to you and goes, "Did you get a sunburn or something?"
Yeah, exactly that. Yep.
That's fair. This place is a little harsh with the sunlight. You see, he kind of like puts his sword away. Goes, all right, everybody. Kane is about half a day's travel if we are keeping a steady pace. Let's get a move on. And if there's were there any objections or anything else?
We just go.
No. Actually, I'll just
Objection.
haphazardly. I'll just send a quick message to Charles, just being like, it's a half a day's travel. Didn't know that. Guess we won't be back for this evening. That's it.
You just get a response. I kind of expected it. You're on foot.
True. Yeah. Okay. That's it.
Okay. You all begin to make your travel
Uh,
out of Port Craden.
During the travels, I think Lascivious will kind of go to Michaelis and just be like, "Hey, so have you ever heard of any what are they called again?"
Ag Raven.
Lascivious goes, "Not witches, hags. Do you know about any hags in Ecrium at all?"
Roll a history check there, Michaelis.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You can do it at advantage as well.
Lyric,
because
what
this
about
is-
you? You chime in as well if you don't mind.
I got a 24, so you can ask
24?
me.
I'm just gonna have him come into the conversation anyways.
Yeah,
Sure.
be like, I kind of look at Lyric too, but it's just like, I mean, we've had some like female necromancers that we fought, but I'm not sure about hags. Like, let me dwell on it. And you see, like, Michaela's
You
just walking for 10 seconds, just thinking.
Yeah. As you think, you come to notice that there's one area in your mind you can't remember ever facing a hag outrightly. However, you do recall that there, at one point in the war, there was a point where your squad was supposed to go and investigate something out in the canyons by the Strixlands, but you got pulled away from it. Lyric kind of speaks up as well, just aiding into it. He goes, I don't know if she's exactly a hag, but there's rumors of some creepy magical woman out in the Strixlands. But that is, well, that's Githyanki territory. I don't know if you exactly want to be trudging through that.
Lazel! Sorry.
Yeah. Me and my squad were supposed to check out a disturbance out there, and there was a description like that. But given a necromancer wars, we had to, or there was an excursion happening elsewhere that was
Different priorities.
much. It was a Titanic battle, or one of many Titanic battles I was called to. So that was just left to the Githyankis, I think. Or I look at what's his name again? Lyric. Lyric, sorry. I look to Lyric. It's like, as far as I recall, the Githyanki's like had like some sort of agreement with the hag, or like they weren't friends, but they weren't enemies.
I'm
Like they
not
had
exactly,
a territory.
I'm not exactly sure. When I joined the Githyanki, I decided to be a completely solo state. They don't exactly interact with the rest of the nation. They're not even coming to the meeting, as far as I'm aware.
No, they wanted to keep neutral. They want to keep to their own lands, and that's fair with them. It was fair then. It's fair now. But
I guess if you happen to find yourself going north and going towards the Githyanki territory, you could always ask them.
well, I mean, we have to go to the Amber Fort at some point. So I mean, we'll be crossing through their lands. I just do you have any? Do you know? I guess you wouldn't know who the current chief is.
I'm afraid not. They tend not to interact with us at all.
So it'd be going in blind again.
A
I guess.
little bit, yeah.
Just to make it clear to everybody here, if we have the time, I'd like to maybe go visit this hag. If you guys don't mind.
I mean, I'm only coming with you to once you guys arrive.
If
at
you
Kane,
want to come,
I'm
you're
going back.
fully invited. I'm more referring to everyone else.
That's up to you guys.
But that's why I'm asking them. Guys?
I guess
No,
that,
I
guess
think-
that makes sense.
Well, I would like to speak to as many tribes and provinces here as possible. So, at the same time, I'll be talking to the Githyanki chief there. We can possibly try to inquire about the hag. And are you looking for a remedy, a magical or lascivious?
I'm looking into the idea of potentially stealing my soul back. So
Wait, you don't have a soul?
Very long
No,
story.
I don't. Shark boy. Anyways.
Fucking loser.
Okay, Shark Boy. Anyways, so guys, are you cool with that at any point? I'm just kind of worried that if Lolth dies, I die with her, you know? So I'm just kind of
Sure, let's go. Sure.
We'll do that
Let's just get going.
Well, we'll do that once we find out what's going on with Kane. Like,
I thought we were
Oh,
already
yeah.
moving.
yeah,
we
we're
are.
on our way there, Michaelis. I'm not saying we just stop what we're doing and go over there. I'm saying when we have time.
okay, yeah, then of course.
Sweet.
Like, we're gonna be heading up north anyways after this. I believe so, unless something.
I don't know where
curtails-
any of this stuff is, so I'm just kind of, if we find ourselves having the time, I'd like to go there.
Yeah,
What was it called again? The Scrag Lands? The
Strixland.
The Strix Lands.
Yeah.
You want me to spell it for you? You
No,
want?
I can spell.
Can you? Can you write?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not a
read.
fish, so I can write, guys.
I'm not a fish.
Oh.
I'm an orc who happens to be a lycanthrope that has a fish-like form.
Yeah, okay. Anyways, so this is gonna be a long trip.
Fucking
don't wanna
grinding. What a wasted time.
Fight me about it.
I wouldn't bring that offer to him. He's an orc. They relish in that lascivious.
I don't know. Maybe I'll learn something.
Yeah, you
Turn
learn
you
how to
into
take
Your
these black
lesson.
eyes.
I'll turn you into seafood.
I like red meat.
I like fish.
What is this turning into, guys? Can we please keep?
I don't know.
As you all kind of keep going throughout through the kind of arid areas, you kind of begin to get to like a little bit slightly of a more lush landscape, but it's still mixed with this dry, arid type of areas. As that goes on, you come across a kind of like a craggy path. There's 3 different kind of ways to go. There's like a left path, a straight path, and a right path. There's some little bit of like elevated platforms and such like that. Lyric kind of goes up onto one of the elevated pathways. We're gonna go down the right path. A little less dangerous, as he kind of hops down. And
Is there a small town down there?
sorry, like this is a little further in. This is past that turn that goes either to the up to the north in that desert area or down to the bottom by the shore.
My bad.
As he's kind of making his way through this, kind of almost like a little bit of like a ravine type area. You pass by a couple of different orc patrols, and he just kind of waves them off, saying that you're welcome to go through the orcish lands on behalf of Mogral. Shows like something similar to like a passport type deal. Eventually, you come to another, a little more smushed kind of area. And I would say that like people to make perception checks, please. Lascivious. Mabel.
I didn't finish counting. Come back to me.
Bonelia
14.
and Sonnet.
Nat 20.
Hey.
Yeah.
18. I got
And-
18.
And Michaela's got an 18. And Mabel, you got a what?
21.
21.
Whatever, I got a 5, guys.
Fucking at 20 makes
rookie
it
numbers over here.
so bad. Sonnet, as you guys are kind of making your way through this pathway, you happen to hear the clicking of rocks coming down, like something is walking on an elevated surface. kind of stop and just kind of listening very carefully and intently. I'm gonna need some initiative rolls. You guys are so lucky. That would have been a surprise round.
Hell yeah.
Can I cast Mage Armor?
Well, no, because initiative's gonna get started.
All right. Wow, that's pretty good
And
initiative.
then I need Larrick.
You didn't fall down a hole this time.
True.
So, Bonelia, your initiative is
Down in a
9.
hole.
9. Lascivious, your initiative is
23.
23. Mabel,
And
10. Michaelis,
21.
21. And Sonnet,
19.
19. So, okay, none of you guys need anything. Larrick is going to roll his initiative. She's going to get a 14. And then Sonnet, what is your dexterity?
+4. Overall it is an
Was it-
18.
An 18? Okay. An 18. Okay, so you will be going ahead. Cool. Just give me one momento. As we go. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, I did it again. Channel playlist. We shall go with. Yeah. So I'm going to give you guys, alongside because Sonic got a natural 20, I'm going to allow you guys to position yourselves as you like.
Hell yeah.
Oh, sick.
thank you, Shauna.
Do we see
No
where the enemies
problem.
are?
Yes, I will be revealing them in a second.
Nah, I didn't even tell you guys there are enemies. This is my round.
30.
You
Just
see,
look at us and be like,
there's a Deathlock Mastermind and 2 Deathlocks.
the hell are
Gary.
Deathlocks?
Deathlock.
they're probably necromancer stuff.
They,
Yeah, they look
are
like it.
indeed an undead necromantic type caster.
Cool.
Well, darn.
Interesting.
Okay.
So please, feel free to place yourselves amongst...
Get off of me, Mabel.
would.
God.
Like
What?
anywhere we like to like set up.
Yep,
Perfect.
you may...
Right here.
Whoa! I mean, you
Uh,
can't... Genuinely, because of the nat 20, you can put yourself pretty much anywhere as long as it isn't right up in front of the Deathlock Mastermind.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I'll
Well, that's what I was gonna do.
Why not?
wait. Why would you do that?
So I can hit him.
No, I know that, but why would you be allowed to do that?
Yeah. You can place yourselves pretty much anywhere else you would like to be.
But that's like saying, okay, I'm gonna sneak up right behind this, see me like beaming, just like walking up and saying, I'm gonna roll initiative.
Oh, you know what?
Alright.
You want the high ground here.
Julio.
I'm gonna be
Alrighty.
right
Oh, yeah.
here, maybe.
You're gonna be low.
Well, I mean, I would like to be up here.
But he's gonna make his way there.
Yeah.
Because you say I can't just start like right here, right?
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
rather you not be immediately right face to
I'd
face.
rather-
I'll be right
Easy.
there. I'll be on a stairway, so like
Yeah.
I'm just creeping up on him. Just so
That's
it's
fine.
Mm,
From there, we will start. If Michael, have you picked your spot?
I'm just thinking if I want to be with Larrick or Michaelis. I guess
Roll
I'll
for it.
stick with Michaela. Yeah, I'll roll for it. Why not? I will stick with Michaelis.
groovy.
Okay. We will be starting with Lascivious.
Okay. So, really quick, for holding actions, is it possible that you can use your bonus action and then hold your main action? Or is it you have to use your whole turn to hold an
If
action?
you are using your whole turn to hold the action.
Can I move
Yeah.
before I hold my action?
Yep, you can move to position and then hold.
Okay, I'm gonna position myself to be 10 feet away from this Deathlock Mastermind, maybe behind these rocks, sort of. And I'm going to attack the moment that Michaelis gets within range to attack it.
So you're gonna attack it when Michaelis gets within range?
Yeah, so basically the moment he's within 5 feet of it, I'm going to attack.
Sounds good. All right. With that on deck, next up is the Deathlock Mastermind.
Oh, great.
I got this, guys.
The Deathlock Mastermind is going to use.
Hey, dude, that guy. Don't do me, that guy.
Crown of Thorns, baby.
Mastermind will be using its ability. I need a D4. Oh, okay. You see the Deathlock Mastermind take a staff that it's holding and just pound it down into the earth. As between Sonnet and Bonelia, you see this black and blue kind of wisp-like effect begin to take shape, as well as right around here.
Oh, Mike, did you get the battle menu up?
Yep.
Okay, just making sure.
Oh, you're asking Michael. Gotcha. You see 2 Deathlock Whites appear
White.
to aid in the combat.
That ain't white.
And then
It's always
for
the
its
whites.
for its bonus action, it will be doing a Grave Bolt on. It's gonna go to Lascivious. You're right fucking beside him.
Yeah.
So it will be.
Evade.
Well, it depends on if it's an attack to hit.
So that is going to be an unnatural 20 to hit.
Yeah, it definitely hits.
Uncanny dodge.
Yeah, I'm gonna uncanny dodge. It's oh, actually, I'm gonna hellish rebuke
Okay.
because
I will
like
also need a strength saving throw, please.
Oh dear, that is something. Strength saving throw. I'm gonna use a luck point.
For sure.
Actually, nah, I'll let it hit me still.
Okay.
Wow, not even close to being better. So the luck point is a 4, back to my original roll. At least it's not a 2.
Okay, cool. So you are going to take, you were going to take 13 points of necrotic damage,
Okay.
and you did not succeed your saving throw, unfortunately.
Nope.
So that means I need the
hellish rebuke.
if you find it. You are currently restrained.
Oh, so I
as
don't
you're
get to
hit-
attack.
As you're hit by this shadowy bolt that kind of impales into your chest, you feel these shadowy tendrils come up from beneath you and kind of wrap around you, holding you in place. You can use your action on your next turn to attempt to repeat the save.
Lovely.
Your speed is now 0, and you can't gain any bonus to speed, as well as you can still attack,
Oh,
but it's going to
yeah.
have disadvantage.
Oh, interesting.
And then the
Okay.
creatures attacking you have advantage.
Okay, I am going to cast Hellish Rebuke. I think I only get to cast it at first level for free, so it's
Okay.
going to take 2d10 fire damage.
It doesn't make a save or anything like that?
The creature must make a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity? Cool. What's your save DC?
15.
15. It does not make it.
It takes 9 fire damage.
9 fire damage. Coolio.
Could have been better than that, but whatever.
As you're hit by this bolt, you just kind of go out, snap your fingers, as it just like takes like a giant burn to its face, as like this goopy undead flesh just kind of like drips, almost like candle wax.
Yummy.
After that, it will go, 5, 10, 15, and it'll end there. Michaelis, you are
Okay,
up.
so I won't be attacking it at all.
Yeah.
So I'll be like, well, you tried. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No help, I guess.
I'll rage and do 2 attacks.
Okay, for sure. You are going to be raging.
Ian just do his
He just
actions by
raged?
himself?
Shut the
Did he
fuck
not
up.
ask
God
what he
damn.
could do?
Welcome to D&D, Ian. Oh yeah.
My
2
God.
years later.
That's a slow burn, a very, very,
Alrighty,
very
so attack rolls.
All right, my 17
17 hits.
and a 14.
A 14 just hits.
Okay, now.
No.
Okay, first attack roll damages.
It must be concentrated.
25 damage for the first attack. Second attack, very low. 23.
Sorry, the first attack was how much in total?
25 damage total damage for the first attack. Second attack is 23 damage total.
23 damage.
So that's 48 total for that
Awesome.
one. I'm gonna say,
Sounds
hey,
good.
bitch.
You take Engraver and just get some really good slashing in there. You hear one of the voices inside the sword speak to you. That's because as you hear Bane just go, "That was fucking disgusting!" As you see the Deathlock almost looked unfazed by the attack. Almost unfazed.
Oh, okay. Still a little phased.
Yeah, just a
I'm
little
gonna be
bit.
in my head to say, if you got any important information, better tell me now.
You just hear Bane go, "No, I don't know what the fuck this is, but it was ugh."
It's undead. What do you expect?
After that is going to be Deathlock White 1.
The white.
See, Deathlock White is going to... What's the speed on this bad boy? We have... So the Deathlock White is going to fly 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And does it have the reach? It does not, so it is going to cast Grave Bolt at Bonelia.
Ouch.
Tell me, Bonelia. Oh, that's a 17 on the die.
Yeah, that hits.
Cool. So you will be taking 2d. He is 11 points of necrotic. Do you have resistance or anything to necrotic, or is it poison?
Just poison.
Poison. Okay. Yeah. So 11 points of necrotic damage, and then I'm gonna need a strength saving throw, please.
Okay. That's a 10.
A 10 does not save.
Yeah.
So as you're impaled by this shadowy bolt, the tendrils come up and wrap you in place as well, as you are also restrained.
Boo.
After that is Sonnet.
Okay, Deathlock White 2. I'm going to shoot at him.
Sounds good. Make attack roll.
That's a nat 20.
Oh shit. Okay. Sounds good. That definitely hits for sure.
Alright, it was a crossbow, so that's a d8. So we'll roll 2d8.
Reminds me, Michaelis, what is the save on the sword?
For the sword, it is. All right, yeah. DC Wisdom saving throw plus your Constitution modifier, which is +5. So 8 + 5, that's 13.
Okay, so it does pass on both.
Okay.
So that is a 20. That's 23 damage.
23 damage. Okay, yeah, cool.
Piercing.
Cool. Sounds good.
And then
The
I'll move.
first bolt pierces into it as well. You see it's also remarkably not that phased.
I'll move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And let me see. Oh yeah. I'll shoot at the deathlock on the thingy.
For sure. Yeah, make an attack
And
roll.
for this one, I'm going to use a bardic inspiration to push it off. Hopefully, the
Sounds
tree
good.
stump.
If it falls off of there, it will take 1d6.
Well, that's a 12 plus 8, so dirty 20.
Yes, that hits.
And so that is a D8 and a D. What is my bardic inspiration at now? I think it's a D10.
We're
Yes,
level
D10.
11.
Yeah, 12. I think we're at, right?
Oh yes, sorry, 12. I let you guys level up so much that I forget what level you're at.
Okay, so that would be 3 plus 6, so 9 damage. I got a 1 and a 2 for damage.
Dang.
And then it moves 5 feet back.
5 feet back. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You shoot it off. It just impales it like in the head, and it just like falls back and falls off of that stump, and it will take 1d6 for fall damage. Which, if you want to, you can roll it.
Oh, sure. I mean, based off my other rolls, I shouldn't have, but I will. Yep, that was a 1, so I should stop
Oh.
rolling damage.
Good.
So
any other
I shot
movement?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and I will shoot at the other deathlock for my combat expert.
Sounds good.
That is an 18 on the die, so I'm
Yes, that
assuming that
hits.
hits. And then that would be another D8. Okay, that is a that'd be a 13. 13 damage.
13 damage. Perfect. Okay. 13 damage to deathlock number 2. This one doesn't get pushed, right?
Nope.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, once again, just it impedes into the deathlock, and you see it just kind of stands there. This one stays its ground. But anything else that you can do on your turn?
No, that is it.
All right, Deathlock White 2 is going to take its turn. It will make a... Actually, we're going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, and it's going to attempt to make 2 life drain attacks at Sonnet.
No!
Uh-oh.
My life! My vitality!
The first one is going to
rude.
be a 16.
Not my youth. Yes, that's right on the... sorry, a saving throw or a...
No, this isn't an attack roll.
Okay, yeah, 16 is my armor class.
16, okay. So with life drain, we're just gonna do this one at a time just in case. So, oh wow, okay, that will be... So that's 13 necrotic.
Gotcha.
Now I need a Constitution saving throw, please.
Gotcha. Minus 13, and then a con save.
Yes.
That is a 17.
A 17 passes.
Oh, thank God.
Now for the second life drain attack, which is going to be a 15.
15 does not hit.
15 does not hit. Okay, perfect. The Deathlock White just like it just swipes your shoulder as you feel like some of your energy be sapped out. As it goes to attack you again, with it, you just kind of like duck out of the way, being like, "That first one hurt. I don't want to get hit by another one." Next up is Lyric. Lyric is going to.
What did he roll for initiative?
Lyric got a 14.
I see. Okay.
Didn't you roll like a 10, Mabel?
Yeah, like
A measly
fucking
Oh, there.
10.
It's fine.
That's mid. That's mid, Mabel. That's mid.
Thank you. So
Weak
much.
sauce at 10. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Lyric is going to
Everybody.
10, 15, 20,
Initiative is
25,
rolled, and Mabel's just
30,
like-
35. You see Lyric looks to you, Lascivious, and goes,
Don't
Oh,
even fucking
"Throw
say
yourself
it.
into a bit of a ball."
Don't even fucking say it. But I would appreciate some help if you are offering.
Can I get a place?
Fuck you.
That's what I thought. As he goes another 5 feet, you see he pulls out a throwing knife and he's gonna make an attack roll at the Deathlock Mastermind. Which, fuck, that was a spin if I've ever seen one. He got a 19 on the die, so he will hit.
Hell yeah.
And he will deal... Oh, that's max. He will deal 10 piercing to the Mastermind. Then he's going to...
Throw another knife.
Give me
Just
one
like-
second. I just have to make sure that I'm doing this right. I don't get player opportunities and abilities very often.
I just treat. That's why I treat my NPCs as like I build them as if they're like monsters
Cool,
or whatever.
cool, he does. Cool. So he's going to throw a secondary knife,
Sick.
which will also hit.
Nice.
And deal less damage. He's going to deal 7 instead. Mastermind. And then you see Lyric go and just kind of like slap himself. He goes, all right, fight time, as he's going to use Action Surge.
Oh, sick. Teach me
Ooh.
your ways.
So he will make 2 more attacks. First one
With
will
more
hit,
throwing knives.
and the second extra one will not, unfortunately. So, which will deal 6 damage. So you see Lyric kind of like take to his belt, and he just begins like throwing knives just straight at it, almost like a 6-shooter, like someone drawing their pistol. He's just so fast at it.
Damn.
Next up is Mabel.
Well. Okay. It's gonna be sick. Just you wait. So, 5, 10, 15, 20. That's about angling with the Mastermind, right? That's about... I think so. Okay.
Yeah, be at head level.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna roll to...
Holy shit.
Damn,
Yeah.
only 85 feet.
And I can do double. I'm going to...
I'm spell sniper, right?
Yeah. Very handy. I'm gonna roll for Witch Bolt, and I'm gonna do it at 4th level.
4th level for sure.
Woohoo!
Make your spell
Okay.
attack roll. Make sure to include your spell attack bonus.
Yeah. It's gonna be 22.
22 hits.
That is nice. Okay. That's gonna be 22 damage.
22, yeah. Your witch bolt goes out, hits the mastermind straight in the chest as you see like the cavity where it hit is just encaved and sparking with electricity. You are now concentrating.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to that.
Okay. Any other bonus actions or movement?
Nope.
Alrighty. Deathlock number 1 is going to take its turn. It's going to use half its movement. I didn't say it was, but I'm saying it's prone. So it will use half its movement to get up from prone. And we'll go 5, 10, 15. And it will use its action to dash. Go 5, 10, 15, 20. Or no, 15, 20, 25. Yeah. And we'll say he ends his turn there. Bonelia.
Yeah.
So
Maybe.
you can still make ranged attacks or melee attacks if they're within your range. They'll be at disadvantage, and if you'd like, you can take the action to attempt to retake the save.
I'm just gonna try and use Chill Touch on the Deathlock White one.
Chill touch?
Yeah. It's a cantrip.
Cool. 120 feet. Okay, I was thinking this was the other one, but yeah,
I
for
thought
sure.
so too.
So you will make a spell attack roll.
Is that disadvantage?
That is at disadvantage, yes.
Yeah. Amazing. I got a nat 20 and a nat 1.
Oh,
What the fuck?
Why would it do you?
I'll
like that?
say
pretty wild.
with a
This
nat
session
1,
is
you
cursed.
you attempt to cast Chill Touch,
Cursed.
and you see the Death White, like, just do a little bit of a screech, and it just throws off your concentration on the spell, and it just puffs in your hand. You get like a little bit of chill from it exploding right close by you, but you don't take any damage.
Alright. Well, that's gonna be my turn.
Alright, Deathlock number 2 is going. And Deathlock number 2 will use... It's gonna do 2 Grave Bolt attacks, one at Lyric, which it will definitely hit. So that will be 16 necrotic to Lyric. And then Lyric needs to make a strength saving throw, which he succeeds, just on the die. You see he gets hit with the shadowy bolt, it attempts to go through, and he just like rips it out of the ground and goes, looks at Lascivious and goes, "That's how you do it."
Yeah, keep yapping, buddy.
Lascivious, you are up next.
Now, just to reiterate, with these, like, things, are they roots that are pulling me to the ground?
No, they are just restricting you in place.
Okay, so is it a magical effect or is it a physical thing caused by magic?
This is a magical effect.
So I have, like, if I were to Misty Step out, it would come with me?
Let me double check. Misty Step.
If it doesn't work, I can give you a portent.
We'll see.
Mhm.
I don't know.
They're talking about grapple, not restrain. They are saying it's homebrew. They're saying it's up to DM discretion. I'm gonna go with the fact that this is a magical effect. It'll follow you, because this isn't something physically holding you. It's a magical effect to it.
But is it is it something like pulling me down to the ground? I mean, I guess
no. It is a flavor-wise. It says that tendrils move up, but it's a magical effect specifically.
Okay, so I have to. So I can't even Misty Step.
You can
will
Misty
it come
Step,
with me?
Because it'll come with you.
Okay.
Because Misty Step doesn't actually use movement, so you
Right.
can Misty Step to an unoccupied space. You'll just be restrained in that
then
space.
I'm going to Misty
So
Step.
it's like a Houdini level trick, just
A
like
little
stone
bit.
chains, but like
That's what I'm
I
going
got
with.
you now.
If this were like a net or something like that, absolutely. But
Yeah, I'm gonna Misty Step, bonus action, Misty Step, and I'm gonna go. I don't need to walk to move, and then I'm gonna move over here.
For sure.
And then I'm going to, as I come out, my whip ignites in black and red flame, as I'm going to attack the Deathlock Mastermind
For sure.
with my whip. But I roll a disadvantage, so
yeah.
Is it a flat roll because there's a person right next to him though? Does he get advantage?
I don't get advantage by people being
No.
next to me. I get sneak attacked by people.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Also, I had to be more flanking him than because
Yeah.
we're not really flanking.
So that's going to be a 21.
Yep, that hits.
And then it needs to make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw. So I'll see.
Constitution, okay.
And I'm green flame blading as well.
So it got an 18 on the die.
Yeah, so
plus one.
it doesn't take 3 additional D6, but it does take these 2, this, and these. So I'm gonna roll the sneak attack dice first.
Sounds good.
Wow, that was awful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 sneak attack damage.
What type is the sneak attack damage?
Piercing.
It's piercing? Okay.
Or no, sorry, is it piercing? Yeah, slashing. That's
Slashing,
what
okay.
the pit whip is.
It's a whip, so yeah.
So you said 19?
19, and then
Cool.
it takes an additional 6 damage from the weapons, just like straight up, whatever.
Yep.
And then it takes, oh, not bad, 12 fire damage.
12 fire damage for sure. You crack the whip at this guy. The actual whip connecting looks like he doesn't do too much, but those flames are hurting its incredibly. It looks pretty hurt. It's pretty hurt now.
Nice. That was my bonus action and main action. So that's going to be my turn.
Okay. Next up is the Mastermind. The Mastermind is going to use its unusual presence. Michaelis, I will need a wisdom saving throw from you, as well as one from Michaelis and one from Lyric.
You mean me as well?
Yes.
Okay.
You, Lyric, and Michaelis need a wisdom save.
I rolled an 18.
Ugh. Lyric rolled a 1.
I'm in
Michael, do you
a
want a
luck
portent?
point. Me?
What's that?
Yeah, you.
Do I want a portent? Sure, why not?
You can have an 18.
That is infinitely better.
Cool.
So I got an
Uh,
18.
Everybody except for Lyric would not be able to, or everyone with the exception of Lyric can still make opportunity attacks if it leaves
you
the
can bully him
range.
now.
Oh, okay.
Lyric, the unusual presence makes it so it can use the disengage feature.
Wait, that wouldn't have mattered with me. I have Sentinel now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it
That'll-
can.
That
It has
would literally
to-
not.
Well, either way,
Yeah.
the Deathlock Mastermind is going to go 5, so Michaelis, you can make a attack of opportunity.
Yep. All right. I'll do that then. That's just a regular attack. Give me a
Yep.
sec. Ba-da-da-da. Does a 21 hit? Yes.
21 hits. Yeah,
And
you
it-
don't get to answer that.
And it stops moving.
And it stops moving.
And it
Stops.
stops moving. Cool. So it won't even leave its place.
Yep. That is 25 damage.
Amazing. 25.
So now it's fucked.
Cool. You see the Deathlock Mastermind just like stops as it goes to make its attack, and then it just turns to you, Michaelis. If it's not gonna move down to attack Lascivious, it's gonna attack you instead. So it will do. It's gonna do one Deathly Claw and one Grave Bolt. So that is going to be a 16 on the die, putting it up to a 22 for the Deathly Claw.
Well,
So
that
Michaelis,
hits.
you will be taking. That is 7, that is 8. Plus. So you'll be taking 11 necrotic.
Is that halved?
No, because it's necrotic. It's magic.
Oh, right.
And then for the Grave Bolt attack, it's a nat 20.
Yikers.
Will anybody do anything about the nat 20?
Can't.
I don't think so. I think he's too far away.
Bruh.
Okay.
Beep. No, I have a lot of health.
You're
You're
good,
fine.
right? You're fine.
My max health is 140. So
yeah,
it's
you're
pre-
fine.
I believe in you.
Level
That's
12
fine.
and 140 health.
That's actually got enough.
That's disgusting.
I think that's secondly below like what the average die. No, what is it? Let me see. If I load roll, it would be 130 something.
That is 36 necrotic damage.
Bruh.
And then I'm going to need you to make a strength saving throw, please.
Oh, okay. It's plus 9 for me. Yeah, 19.
19? Okay, yeah, you save. You do not get restrained either. That is the Deathlock Mastermind's
Oh, yeah.
turn. Followed up by Michaelis!
Alright, bitch. I hope you're ready for a smacking.
Sure, make 3 attack rolls at it.
Alright. Mumbo number 5, but there's only 3. Anyways. First attack, 18.
18 hits.
Second attack, 17.
17 hits.
9.
9 does not.
Alright, so there's 2 damage, or 2 rolls of
2 damage? I'm down with that.
No, 2 rolls of damage. First one's 20.
First one's 20. Okay, perfect.
Second one rolled like shit. Oh, okay, it's still good. 25 again.
Rolled like shit. Does 25
I thought it was
damage.
2. I thought it was 2 1s, so it's actually a 7 and a 1. This looked like 2
Amazing.
I thought it was
two
1-1.
more really good slashes into it. You can tell, like, cleaving into this thing, it's not doing a whole lot, but after so many repeated strikes, it is so hurt.
Bound to fall apart. Like these things, you just got to keep on hitting it till it's dust.
Yeah. Any movement you would like to take?
No, I'm gonna stay right beside it. It's gonna be fine with my company for the rest of its life.
For sure. Next up is going to be Deathlock White number 1. It's going to make 2... Ooh, actually... We shall... Sonic, I would like from you a wisdom saving throw, as it is casting Hold Person.
Counterspell!
No.
You're going to counterspell?
Yes.
Sounds
Nice.
good.
Nice.
Just an immediate spell fizzles from the Deathlock White number 1. It just like looks around as it goes to cast Hold Person. It just fizzles out in front of it. It just like looks around for the source of it until it spots you, Mabel.
Thanks, babe.
Got you, babe.
That is its main action. So it will go. It's gonna fly and it'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
The hell is it going?
And then that is that. Sonnet, you're up.
Do these things have a melee attack? Like, can they make attacks of
Yes.
opportunity? Okay.
Yeah. The life drain is a melee spell attack roll.
Okay. And they, well, I guess I wouldn't know that. Hmm.
I mean, you can kind of make a guess considering it swiped at you with claws to make the attacks. You can kind of tell.
Yeah, it's just usually like melee spell attacks. You still need like Warcaster in order to use them for opportunity attacks. So I was like,
Mhm.
I was curious as to if it would be able to make one. But I'm going to pull out my have we hit them with necrotic damage yet?
No,
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I thought. Oh.
you didn't hit it with necrotic. You hit it with fire and then piercing.
Oh, okay. I thought Danica
Or
did
slashing,
for some
sorry.
reason.
No, she
Mhm.
attempted to, but she rolled a nat 1.
Right. Okay, I'm just going to, I'm gonna shoot at Deathlock number 1 again. I'm gonna
For sure.
shoot at him.
Make some attack rolls.
That is a 15 plus 8.
Yeah, that hits.
And then that's a D8. Yikes. Okay, that is 8 damage for 8
Damn.
piercing damage.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm gonna
It's
shoot
another
at
arrow just embedded in it.
it. Yeah. I'm gonna shoot another arrow at it.
Okay.
This time I'm going to use a bardic inspiration and use defensive flourish.
Boosting your AC, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess so. So that would be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits. Yep.
And then okie dokie. So nice. 16. That would be 22 piercing damage.
And that's still on number 1, right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, and my AC is now 26.
Okay.
What the fuck?
And are you making your attack as well?
Well, first I'm gonna move. I'll move 5, 10, 15.
It's gonna do its attack.
Yeah.
So to do its life drain,
Uh-huh.
which is going to be a 4 on the die.
Hell
So I
yeah.
seriously doubt that's gonna connect.
No. So I went 5, 10, I'm at 15. I'm gonna shoot at the Deathlock again for my bonus action.
Sounds good.
That is a... Oh yeah, that's 15 plus 8.
Oh yeah, that hits.
And then a D8. What the fuck is with these twos? It's fine. 8 piercing damage for that one.
Amazing. This Deathlock is just riddled with your arrows. It's
Yeah.
looking in rougher shape, but it's it's still doing okay for now.
I just love the idea of it. Just having
it's just
arrows.
a pin. It's just a pin cushion, man.
And then so that was 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and then that is gonna be my turn.
Sounds good. Deathlock White number 2 is coming up. It's going to fly 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Where the fuck
And
are they
then-
going?
Mabel, I would like a wisdom saving throw from you as it is casting Hold Person.
Yeah,
I don't have counterspell. I'm sorry.
It's okay, I'm smart.
So tell me if you manage to pass a 16.
It's a nat 20. I'm kind of smart.
Okay, yeah.
It's okay. I'm smart.
Absolutely.
Good shit.
She deflects
Absolutely.
its whole person onto it, and then it's now held.
Yeah.
No, you.
Next up is Lyric. Lyric is going to go 5, 10. It'll go around the branches. So that's going to be 20, 30, 40. And then it's going to make a melee attack roll as he pulls out a short sword. You are unfortunately not within the flanking range, Michael, unfortunately.
That's fine.
Which Lyric will not hit, unfortunately, because he rolled a 4.
Fucking Lyric.
Second attack is a definite hit. He rolled 16 on the die.
I'm impressed.
An 8. You see Lyric just like slash downwards at it as he does 8 damage. He just kind of looks down. He goes, "Come from Tendril, boy."
Hey, I'm still here. I'm moved.
Next up is going to be Mabel, because it doesn't get action surge every single turn, right? It's just the one use. Okay.
Mhm.
So yep, that is up to Mabel.
Yeah, so I have my automatic 1d12, and then...
But you have to use your action to do that. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
you have to use your action.
Yeah. You. To double check so I don't have to look it up and remind myself, am I able to move this to someone else, or is it just the
No,
same
it's
No,
on
target?
the
it is
target.
one
Okay.
target.
Then I'm thinking of, okay. So you know what, I'll do should I do everything together if I make it, or should I just roll my 1d12 now and then roll for the other stuff?
That is up to you, because if you use your action to cast doing the concentration version, you can't do your actual version afterwards. 'Cause
Like
it's
you
not
have
a
to
bonus
use your
action.
action to actively make the D12 like do damage.
Well,
Also, the spell ends if you use your action to do any other spell.
Well, yeah, I mean to like do another like.
Oh, if you want to cast another Witch Bolt, then you can just use your action.
But that will be transferring the Witch Bolt to something else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm confusing myself. Okay, so I have my automatic 1d12 on the thing. So I'm gonna
Yes.
keep it here, and then I'm gonna roll for my other.
No.
No.
So
The same thing.
because you're concentrating on Witch Bolt, you can
Yeah.
use your action to actively use the D12 that would be automatic. It would be an automatic hit, but you have to use your
Mm-hmm.
action. If you cast another Witch Bolt on somebody else, it will you will not have the Witch Bolt on the mastermind anymore. It would go to the target.
Well,
that
what
you
if it's the
used it
same
on.
person?
If it's the
You
same person, then it'll stay there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Then
you'll just
it'll
reset
then it's-
the concentration and do the damage. You just use your action and you use a spell slot for it.
Oh, so if I normally roll, I won't get the added 1d12
Yes.
because it's technically
Yes.
a different.
No, you'll have to
Yeah.
attack again with a new Witch Bolt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it worth it? I don't know if it's worth it. But what if I miss? You know what? God damn it. Okay. I'll just roll again. I'll just
Okay.
roll again.
You're just gonna make an attack roll for sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same
Okay.
thing.
Okay.
Oh, another nat 20. Okay, I'm
Fuck
glad
off.
I did that.
Fuck out
What
of here.
level? What level fucking Witch Bolt is it? Another
I was
4?
gonna do the same thing, another 4.
Oh, that's 8 through
Eight.
10. Or
Oh.
D12.
That is so much
These
damage.
rolls.
Okay.
Fuck.
I don't think he's gonna live through it.
All that deliberation just to blow him up.
He's already so low too. It's like, well,
Okay.
It's
Let's
cool.
fucking do
It's a
it.
it
character
is cool.
moment.
It is cool.
From downtown.
She's 360 no scoped his ass.
Yeah, true.
It's looking good, boys. It's looking good. A 9 or a 6. That's a 6. It's another. Okay.
Oh, but
We
the
can live
restraint will
without
go away
that.
if it dies, so that's lit.
Mm-hmm.
I get my actual fucking turn now.
Ooh, okay, let me add this up.
Damn. Did you roll 1 dice per fucking second here? Like,
Yes, because I only have one thing.
Oh,
fair
God.
enough. Fair enough.
That's why it takes me a while, guys. Okay.
Disappointed.
I would have lent you my dice, but I keep rolling 1s and 2s for damage, so.
Rip.
Yeah.
She's too picky.
You attack a
about dice.
lot, but man, you're not doing a lot today.
Yeah.
Normally, those crossbow bolts are a pain in my existence.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Damn.
56 damage.
Fucking correct.
Holy fuck.
You-
Casual.
You cast out Witch Bolt. The first one drops as the static around its body fades. And Lascivious and Michaelis and Lyric, as the 3 of you see the static dissipate off its body, you see it kind of calm itself as another Witch Bolt just hits it in the face, and you see just evaporates into dust. It cakes both Michaelis and Lyric just in undead, like, ash, essentially.
I'm writing that down. Undead Ash. That's great.
That one's technically mine. I did a lot of fire damage to it. It was weak to it, so.
That is
Fuck
a,
right
that is
off,
a dead
Lascivious.
mastermind.
If they happen to turn around far in the distance, Mabel's just waving.
You guys just
That's
see me
not it.
spitting out ash in my mouth. It's like,
You got this.
After Mabel's Deathlock
That was
number 1, it's going to make make 2 Grave Bolt attacks at Sonnet.
It wasn't me, it was her! She did it!
First one will be a nat 20.
Wait, is this the start of another
I'm-
round?
No.
I'm
No.
gonna silvery barbs it.
You're gonna silver barbs it? Okay, so we will
Yep.
reroll.
I have one more fortune if you want it.
And so that will be... You still have your previous AC from this, right? So that will definitely not hit, and that's fucking sucks. That's a 25.
Good.
So it'll miss with both attacks.
Oh, and I'll give
Uh,
advantage to Mabel.
Sounds good. You see it goes to cast his Great Bolt, and it fires it out as the one just goes towards you, and you just kind of like put your hand up, and it just splits it and just goes right through. And the other one, it fires it off, and it just hits the dirt instead. Bonelia, you are now up.
I would like to try to not be restrained.
For sure. So you will take your action to repeat the strength saving throw.
Cool. That's a nat 20.
Yeah, baby!
Yay.
God damn.
So you are no longer restrained, so you can move freely, and you still have a bonus action you can use.
Cool. Is anyone hurt?
I've taken a little bit of damage.
Okay. Wait, how far does this reach? I don't think it reaches that far.
do you have a health potion that washes away bad guy gunk?
Okay.
I need to
Sit
taste out
in
my
water.
mouth, please.
I don't know why the measuring tool is so funny to me.
Dude, it just
The
comes
way it, like,
out and it just...
yeah.
I fucking love it because it's so
Not moving enough.
sporadic. It's not smooth in the slightest. It's so sharp in its movements.
I'm gonna bonus action healing word Michaelis.
For sure. So yeah, you will roll your healing dice.
Cool.
Remember, you still get to add your spellcasting modifier to it. You also, and don't forget, you still have your Book of Exalted Deeds. So whatever level you cast it at, it's the level above.
Oh
for free.
yeah. That's
As
9.
long as it isn't the max level. 9?
That's 9.
Man, I'm so sorry, Danica.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I'm at 104 now.
Any other movement you want to take?
Nope.
Alrighty. Next up is Deathlock 2. Deathlock 2 will make 2... Oh, also make... Lascivious is not restrained.
Yeah, I'm not.
Deathlock 2 will make 1 Great
The
Bolt attack
Deathlock,
against...
you should restrain him now.
Deathlock number 2 is going to make an attack roll against Lascivious and Abonelia.
Would he be able to see
Oh,
me
what
because
the
I'm
shit?
under a big rock and I'm like lowered down?
Oh, I didn't even see that was a decline.
It's like
So,
a yeah.
it wouldn't even see you.
Nice.
It's
Like
gonna
half cover.
do 1 against Michaelis and 1 at Bonelia then.
Cool.
So the 1 at Michaelis is going to be a unnatural 20. So Michaelis, I'll need a strength saving throw from you, please. Oh, that's the wrong dice. And you will be taking 16 necrotic.
Not bad.
And your saving throw, Ian?
Say that again. Sorry, something was playing on my computer. I was trying to.
So it's a strength saving throw.
All right, give me a sec. Fuck, my computer's glitching out. Give me a sec.
And while it does that, I will roll the dice for Danica.
You don't have to do that.
Well, it's gonna have to do it.
You don't have
Mike, I think your
It's gonna be-
HDMI cable's fucking up or something. I don't know what it is.
So
I
it's
don't
gonna
know.
be 17 for you, Danica.
Yeah, that hits.
That hits? Okay, I'll need a strength saving throw from you, please.
No.
She just broke out.
You will also be taking...
Nat 20! Woo! Gets hit with another one.
I rolled a
Yeah.
27.
27,
Walker.
cool. You're not restrained.
I got a 14.
A 14 passes! So
There you go.
Woof,
you will
woof.
be taking 11 points of necrotic damage as well.
Oh. Okay.
After that, we were back at the top of the order with Lascivious.
Okay, I'm gonna do a bonus action hide so that I can have advantage.
For sure.
That's gonna be a 24.
24, okay.
Uh,
Definitely passes passive perception, so they'll have to actively search for you on their turn.
5, 10, 15, 20. And then I'm going to make an attack with the old pit whip against
sure.
this little
Pit whip.
boy. It's a 17 on the die, so plus 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. Needs to make a dex saving throw, and it needs to be a 14.
This is Deathlock number 2. You said dexterity?
Yeah. Oh no, Constitution. Sorry.
Constitution? Even worse. So that's going to be a 5.
Sweet. It takes an additional 3. So I'm gonna roll a fire damage for that. It
For sure.
takes 6, 7, 8, 9 fire damage on
For sure.
that. It takes 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 piercing, or
For sure.
slashing actually, technically.
Yep.
And then it takes another 2, 7 slashing, and a green flame blade. An additional 9 fire damage on top of that.
Another 9. Perfect. Okay. You go out with the pit whip. It just goes right around the neck of this thing, and as you just pull, it just pop.
Nice.
The head just pops right off of this thing.
Incinerated.
It's a dead Deathlock number 2.
And I turn around and go, "That's how you do it, Shark Boy." And then I just whoosh,
Aw.
make a cool
Okay.
little whip sound.
If he's
Okay.
Shark Boy, are you Lava Girl?
No,
He is red.
I'm not lava
Yeah,
girl.
yeah.
Damage
fire.
2.
more-
Let's do it. Civius is done. Michaelis, you are up next.
All right, Deathlock's over there. So, How far is that? Let me measure.
Unless you want to dash, you're gonna have to go around there, bud. There's an incline on that.
You can do a dash action and make one attack with your bonus action just to keep your rage up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or if you want, you could get to the ledge and then jump as a bonus action and then attack there.
Oh, that'd be the same exact thing, so I can just go straight.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll do that, and I will walk 500 miles. There we go. Okay, or I guess closer like that, just to keep it parallel.
So because you're using a bonus action, you only get 2 attacks on this turn.
Yay! All right, first attack is a 12.
12 just barely misses.
Bruh. Second attack, 19.
A 19 does hit.
All right, let's see. What's my rolls? Give me good rolls. That's a 30 damage.
30? Perfect.
30.
You see this creature, you get, like, you go to jump and make the swing downwards with your added momentum, and it just tanks off the rock as it moves out of the way. But using that momentum, you swing and you get another good one. It gets, like, a good, like, a chunk of its, like, this part of its body is hanging off by a thread. It's still there, but it's so fucking hurt.
That's my pin cushion.
Well, start pinning.
After that is Deathlock White number 1. And is going to fly. Go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And it is going to make a attempt at oh god, blanking on it.
Is it gonna give him yield suck?
Casting fear. It's casting fear.
Oh.
On who?
So it's on itself. So anybody within a 30-foot cone must succeed a wisdom saving throw. So let's.
I can't be
Well, like,
frightened.
it's in a cone, so like, where is it going out?
Yeah, it's gonna go out towards where Lyric is, I believe. Let me just quickly grab a cone.
The cone of shame.
Where the fuck are the cones at? Oh, there they are. It's a cone of fear, and it is
So it's
30 feet from it. Oh, why am I on that tool? Fuck off. I don't use that tool
back
anymore.
off.
30 feet going this direction. So Michaelis, I don't think I can get anybody else in there otherwise, can I? Probably not.
Walker,
No.
I'm impervious to fear. I can't be frightened.
You can't be frightened? Cool, that's a waste of a fucking spell!
I was just like, so you're like, boo, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, the
Angry.
Deathlock White attempts, and that is it. That's all that it can do. Use its attack. It uses action to use a spell, so it can't. Sonnet, you are up.
Nice. I'm gonna shoot the Deathlock one.
Sure. Make some attack rolls.
Okay, so the first one is a 10.
A 10 does not hit, unfortunately.
All right, extra attack. Here we go. Gonna put some extra love into this one. And that is a 19 on the
19
or
hit,
19
yep.
total.
Power of
19
love.
hits.
Yeah, power of love. It goes hard.
Should be doing that from the beginning.
Power, love.
I just can't afford it.
I guess.
So that is a. Is it +8 for damage, or is it +6? +6. So 9 damage total.
9 damage total. Okay, sounds good.
Excuse me. And then bonus action, I'm gonna shoot him again.
Sounds good.
Whoa! No
Yeah.
fucking way.
This just in,
Oh my god.
and I got a 11.
An 11. Wait, an 11 on Deathlock? No, misses.
Damn.
I thought this was
Damn.
just barely missed, but no.
No, it full on misses. All right, that's fine.
Sonnet, what is up today?
Dude,
I don't know, dude.
This is what you get for
I-
stealing my kill.
See, she emasculated me. She blew that guy up.
Oh, you deserved it.
Next up,
Um,
Deathlock White number 2, unless you have any movement you want to take.
No. Sorry, that's it.
Okay. Number 2 will take its turn. It is going to do two Great Bolts. These are ranged spell attacks. So Natalie, if you want to counterspell one, you can. There's one coming at you and one coming at Sonnet.
I'm gonna counterspell the one on Sonnet.
For sure. So it will do its Grave Bolt attack at Mabel, which is going to be a unnatural 20.
Wait,
That's
the
gonna
Grave
hit.
Bolt, these are spell attacks?
Yes, these are ranged spell attacks.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna Silvery Barb that one. That
Sure.
went for Mabel.
Okay.
Oh,
Roll
teamwork.
is another unnatural 20. Roll a 15 twice.
Yikes!
Oh,
Okay,
Ooh, Sonnet. Fuck.
I'm gonna give, who is in range?
Mabel
Nobody
advantage
really
to get out of the
except...
strength thing, if she wanted to.
She already has advantage.
Mm.
I'm gonna give one to me, because I can't get anyone else.
That is going to be. Oh, that's max. That is going to be
Oh!
19 necrotic damage, and then I'll need a strength saving throw from Mabel, please.
Watch her make this shit.
Sorry, strength
So-
saving?
Yeah, strength saving throw, and you get advantage because of Sonnet's Bardic Inspiration
Yeah.
last time.
Okay,
There's a-
okay.
yeah. The Silvery Barb.
Oh, we don't like the first one.
Okay.
Second one.
Is
Second
Silver
one?
You hear in the
Barb's-
back of your head, babe.
Just give me, before you roll that second one,
Okay.
don't say it yet. I'm just going to make
Okay.
sure it's not till the end of turn.
Oh, I didn't get to make one
You're-
immediately.
Nope, it's good.
I think he's talking about Silvery Barb.
Yeah,
Oh.
So
yeah,
I
it's good. It's up for a minute, you're good.
19. Power of love.
19 passes.
Oh.
Hell yeah.
You bastards!
In your love.
Next up is going to be Lyric.
Wait, was it her turn? Because I didn't get to make a strength.
No, she got hit by something.
Yeah, the one that attacked, it didn't attack you.
Oh.
It wasn't. Yeah.
Weird.
So that
Okay.
is Deathlock White number 2. So next up is Lyric. Lyric is going to go 10, 15, 20, 25, and it will also make a jump. So it will land right over here, and it will do 2 attacks at the Deathlock White. First swing is going to be that 20.
Oh.
Good job, Lyric. Good job.
He's trying too hard to impress me.
He's catching up from his one.
Evan, so that is going to be 8 plus another. Got about a math 7. 13, so that is going to be 22 slashing damage towards Deathlock White number 1. And then it will make its second attack, which will not be a nat 20, but it'll be a 17 on the die, which hits. And that is going to be 5, 11, 14 points of slashing damage. Next up is Mabel.
Keep picking up the wrong sheet to look at.
You gonna blast a bitch?
Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do level 3. I just witch bolt everything this round. Yeah, I'll do witch bolt again. Why not? Level 3.
Okay, yeah,
Here we
sounds
go.
good.
Seems to be working. I think that's a 19. That's a 19. Yeah, so like 22
22, yeah, absolutely.
plus. Okay.
And that was on Deathlock White 2?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Just make sure I get my damage thing ready.
That's 30.
30? This is Witch
God
Bolt,
damn.
right?
Yeah.
shit.
More.
Yeah, this Witch Bolt goes out and it just goes right through the Deathlock White. It just like practically tears it apart, but because this creature isn't an actual like, physical being, it just kind of evaporates instead of makes dust. But that is indeed a dead Deathlock White number 2.
All in a day's work.
Good.
I don't know.
Amazing. Alrighty. Movement or bonus actions?
No, we're good.
All right, Deathlock
Good.
number 1 is going to take his turn. Deathlock number 1 is going to cast Hold Person onto Lyric. So Lyric is going to need to make a Wisdom saving throw, which, ooh, he does not pass. Lyric is
Hey.
currently, which? Point number 2. Hold Person is paralyzed. That's the condition.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Automatic crits.
Yeah, for melee attacks.
Heck yeah.
Paralyzed on Lyric. And that's all that the Deathlock 1 can do. Bonelia, you are up next.
Okay. Gonna chill touch Deathlock 1.
Sounds good. Yeah, make a spell attack roll. You no longer get disadvantage.
Hey, that's 25 to hit.
25 hits.
Yay! Fucking finally.
No, chill touch gets upgraded with level, I believe.
Yeah, so it's 3d8 damage.
Damn.
Nice.
That's
And
pretty good.
it doesn't
That's a
heal,
cantrip.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Chill Touch makes it so that enemies that get attacked by it can't heal.
Yeah, it can't regain hit points until the start of her next turn.
And if it's undead, it also has disadvantage on attack rolls.
Oh.
That's right.
Very nice.
Gulp? That's not
16
great.
Damage.
How much?
16.
On Deathlock?
Yeah.
What type of damage
Number-
is this? Necrotic?
Yeah. And it does work because of my ability.
I'm just checking to make sure. Even if... well, I'm not even looking at the right creature.
Oh wait, does this one? Fuck. Did I fuck up?
So,
Oh, I
what
fucked
does
up.
your
It doesn't
ability do?
work. It's only for channel divinity. I fucked up.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh.
It definitely deals damage. It's just not as much.
Yeah.
You said how much, sorry?
16.
16. Have to 8.
Boo.
Ooh, it's not
Bad.
looking great. I'll be completely honest, it has 1 hit point.
God, fucking.
Me next.
Lascivious is up next.
Fucking kill, I guess. God.
Don't miss.
Ooga booga.
I am going to. Is it a like a fall here? Like how high are we up?
If you fall off of that platform or that trunk, you'll take 1d6.
I'm gonna end this in one blow. Actually, I will.
Unless you got a fireball or something.
I'll take the 1d6. I'm gonna go. Let's just make sure my. Yeah, I'm gonna go right there. Take 1d6 damage. Blah blah.
That is gonna be 3.
And I'm gonna make an attack with my shadow daggers. Well,
For sure.
yeah, I'll just do it with the shadow daggers to see. I get advantage because he is
It's
within
still,
my
it's
thing.
still opposite,
Yeah.
so yes.
Okay, so that is going to be a what is it called? 9 + 9, 18 to hit the
18 hits?
Deathlock
Yes.
white. Okay,
Yes.
so I'm Green Flame Blading. So I'm just gonna do the damage for the Deathlock because it's gonna take Green Flame Blade twice, like the 2d8.
Sounds good.
So
Yep.
it takes 6 fire damage. The Deathlock.
Okay.
So, and then the Deathlock White is going to take my sneak attack damage. 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
26 slashing.
Piercing, because
Piercing,
it's
okay.
the daggers. And then it also takes an extra d6 necrotic. That's 4 necrotic plus another 4 necrotic plus
Okay.
1 piercing plus another 5 piercing. And then I'm going to use my bonus action to hit him with the pit whip.
Well, just hang on.
Yeah.
How do you kill the Deathlock White?
The white, basically I slide in whoosh, with my I green flame blade with the was the death white the one that's oh that guy's at 1. Okay, so yeah, basically I just come in green flame blade around my twin daggers. I whip it at him, and it basically just shoots right through him, and the fire blast hits the deadlock as well.
Okay. Yeah, with your movements, it'll just go through. The Deathlock White is split in two, and it evaporates into the airy kind of mist. As that does, and the Green Flame Blade connects off of it and goes to the Deathlock, you see the Deathlock's head just completely come apart as, once again, with the same two people, Michaelis and Lyric get absolutely dusted with undead ash.
And as the dagger goes through its head, I just walk up and I pull it back so they both come into my arm, and I like wrap them around my arm and I go, "That's how you do it, fish boy."
So cut to us, and then we both like do the same thing. Like
you just see Lyric just has like his eyes are shut from the ash. He just kind of very slowly just goes, wipes it off, just kind of like hits it down to the ground.
I sneeze.
As he keeps silent for a moment until he eventually, you can just tell the begrudgment in his voice as he goes, "Yeah, that's how you do it."
I walk up though and I go, "You were pretty cool though," and I like go out for like a little arm sort of grab thing to see if he
like a
responds
little.
to
You're
it.
trying to dap him up.
Trying to dap him up, but like like the Nord like fucking yes, to see if he
Okay.
does it, like I did with Brug.
You see he like looks at your hand and see he does contemplate it for a second. You see his like arm flinch for a moment, but he doesn't go for it.
Whatever, I was gonna do that anyway.
He just kind of like dusts himself off. Is everybody ready to keep moving forward?
I sure am. I keep on. You see me just like peel off all this like ash. You know,
I could have gone for another round. Woo!
Oh,
for you to say
too
Miss
much.
Long Range Sniper, like Jesus Christ, it's like.
Sonnet, there was so many darts in that guy. What was going on there, huh? I had to finish him
I
off
don't
for
know.
you.
Yeah, you.
I'm just
honestly,
spinning my
I
stuff.
don't even talk about the darts that are on the fucking ground. I point to all the crossbow bolts that are just on the ground beside it. I'm like, I am
Whew.
not in it today.
Somebody woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
Actually, I had a very nice sleep after a very nice talk. It felt very good.
Whatever.
As you all gather together, you all continue to make your way towards Kane.
And I action surge to give myself, or not action surge. I second wind to give myself HP back.
Okay.
You just see me grit my teeth like, and like shit goes away.
Mm-hmm.
Not much shit goes away.
This one little boo boo that's like.
Yeah, as you guys continue to make your way towards the capital of Ecrium, known as Kane, there's still a little bit of time between traveling from that spot to the actual city, but the city is coming within view. You see little bits of city that is then behind it has a very large wall that kind of circles around. You see a little more city behind that wall, and then there's another wall behind it, almost similar to how Zawar was, but it looks like much more barricaded compared to presentation. I can feel those ones in my eyes. Oh my god.
Oh,
Damn.
bless you.
Thank you. As you guys begin to get closer and closer to Kane, Lyric kind of goes off to the side a little bit, and he kind of nudges you, Sonnet.
Mhm.
You mind coming back with me a little bit? Just hang back a little.
Like look over, like I kind of just keep my eyes on the rest of the people. Like I'm not making anything noticeable, but just kind of weirded out by the situation.
I'm just spinning my chains.
Yeah,
Still
and then I'll
spitting out ash.
just slowly separate.
Mm-hmm. The two of you kind of back up in the group, just a little out of earshot.
Hmm.
He turns to you. Goes, I know what you are.
Oh, yeah, my time and work in the ghosts and, the desires of the deep. Is that what you're talking about?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, well, okay, then why don't you enlighten me on what you're talking about?
The moment I stepped foot on that boat, I knew it was one of you. And I know that it's you. What kind of a liking are you?
Oh, I thought you were talking about my charm, Um, ah, tiger, actually.
Oh, that's rare. It's pretty rare. I take pride in the shark bit myself. Not many of us around.
I have never, honestly, I was quite surprised with the shark too. I thought it was. I'm not really, honestly, it's kind of nice to talk to someone about it. There's not a lot of people get it. They get scared when I talk about it. So, I thought the shark thing was kind of really cool.
Well, thank you. You're capable when you actually hit your shots.
Yeah, I can be.
I don't know what plans you have. But when we get into Kane, there is a group of sorts. Of people like us.
Lycans.
A few werewolves. There's a werewolf. I've even seen a were-rat. That guy was fucking weird.
They sound weird.
With that being said, I don't know how much control you have over it. But if you're looking to potentially learn, I could potentially throw a bone your way. Introduce you to some people.
I mean that would be of great help.
And it's not, I celebrate my lycanthropy, as do most people who go to this organization.
But not publicly.
Yes, some people don't exactly like sharing this information in the public. That being said, as much as I may celebrate it, it is also my job to guide people in the right direction if they choose to remove it.
Oh.
There is... Your friend mentioned soul stealing or something around the others, and I mentioned that there's a tribe of Gith out in an area called the Strixlands. If you are looking to potentially have it treated, I believe there is a human amongst them, a shaman of sorts, that is fluent in the language of lycanthropy. As far as I'm aware, they have cured quite a few people. They require something sentimental in trade, but it is possible.
I see. I haven't been quite ready to part ways with it, to be honest. But the information is much appreciated.
We look out for each other here in Ecrium. We're very few. We were almost exterminated at one point. But thankfully, some people thrive under the condition we have. Just keep your mind open. When we arrive in Kane, if we have some time, or if you want to speak to them at night, just find me and I'll take them to you, or I'll take you to them.
That works for me. Thank you.
And also, not to be entirely intrusive, but your lady's very pretty. As he just kind of like walks a little forward.
as they're talking, whatever, I just kind of want to like move into Mabel a little bit and just be like, hey, so I tried reaching out to Kapir myself.
Oh, and
I felt what I assume is what you felt, which clearly something received what I sent out. And I think that it tried to reach out as well. Like I could feel like there was an attempt. I don't want to assume that it's Kapir, but it's a special thing that makes it so I can only contact him with this.
and I have no doubt that that is him. This is good.
It's certainly a surprise. Yeah, so thank you for letting me know that you contacted him, because now
Yeah, for sure.
I can be sure.
And you let me know if he responds.
Yeah.
As you finish that, you come up to this city, large in structure. Michaelis, you recognize this as your home. As Kane comes into the distance.
Oh, snap.
As the view kind of comes by, thoughts of a few things go through everybody's mind. Bonelia, knowing that you're heading into one of the most populated cities in all of Ecrium, known as the capital, and the undead structures, potentially thinking about that. Mabel, the thoughts of the scents and sights that you saw earlier in the day before. Michaela's thinking about the meeting and the potential of meeting your mother once more, potentially trying to snap her back into it. Lascivious remembering having a small glimmer of hope from the static that was received when you sent out your spell. Everybody, and Sonnet, you thinking of the potential lycanthrope progress. Come to the city, the gates kind of begin to creak open wide as you approach. Sonnet, as those doors creak open, time slows down again.
No!
And you, as everyone's lyrics kind of beginning to move past you just a little bit, everyone's steps seem to be in this very delayed motion. At the gate, as it opens wide, you see a figure standing roughly around 5 feet tall. You see it's got these scrawny kind of like arms, and they're coated with these very frail looking and brittle feathers. And you see a very familiar mask peeked out. And you hear a voice in your head. You think you could hide.
Oh,
And that's where we're gonna end today's session.
oh damn.
Oh,
He set out for revenge.
See, 5 foot.
He's
That
so
is, I
short.
thought it was either gonna be like super like freakishly
Huge.
tall,
Yeah.
or like, damn, spooky.
Or,
Shit.
like, sorry, is that like fucking Tekuin's like true form or
No, it's
You
something
don't
else,
really
probably.
know. You don't know.
He's a short king.
for
That is
that
the end.
second?
Ugh!
For a split second though, I thought it was